I greet you, I salute you. Many, many respects for our audience. Thank you so much for joining us once again today. Um, we throw a salute, throw a salute. How we day, how everybody, how our yard, our compound, our family, our body. Hope we are doing very well. Um, and of course, hope we are holding it together in the midst of the Nigerian situation as it take be now. Mm, because it is very important. Make we check on that, all of those parameters. We are really going through a lot in Nigeria. And of course, while I get some other things done in the studio here, I would want to leave you with the very first thing we want to bring to you. Waiting they happen today. Waiting they happen today. And of course, one of the hottest things happening today where we won't bring to your notice now. This thing we won't play for you. So just take a listen.
Are you aware that
Like
from
say, let's see what
2027,
happens.
there is not going to be a currency called Naira? It is going to be replaced by a currency called the Echo currency. The Echo currency is a combination of currencies from 12 African countries. These 12 African countries are member states of the ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. You may or you may not know that plans are currently being finalized towards this Echo currency. This Echo currency is to mirror the type that is obtained in the European Union. All the countries that are in the EU, European Union, are using the same currency. So this is just a replica of that model. So beginning from 2027, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Togo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde, we are all going to be using the same currency called the Echo currency. They say this Echo currency is expected to foster price stability and inter-border transactions, but there are concerns, there are questions of who is going to print the currency, who is going to manage the currency, serious concerns of outside powers controlling these currencies. Nigeria is definitely pushing for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency. Because, of course, you know that some of these African countries are using currencies that France are tied to. So there are questions of, if all of us come together, France again, France, you don't want outside power controlling this currency. So Nigerians, I know that the tension and the pressure for 2027 general elections are very high, but some of these policies are just going to be implemented alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise your concerns. This is the time to begin to ask your questions, direct them to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate quarters. Don't wait for 11:45 when the policy is already implemented before you now start to say you want to protest. This is the time for us to come together, read these reports. Let's raise the concerns right now. 11:45 is not the best time to protest. That is 5 minutes to go. It may be already too late. So please share this video. Tell everybody around you that from 2027, we are going to have a single currency alongside 11 other African countries. Are you aware that from 2027, there is not going to be a currency called Naira? It is going to be replaced by a currency called the Echo currency. The Echo currency is a combination of currencies from 12 African countries. These 12 African countries are member states of the ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. You may or you may not know that plans are currently being finalized towards this Echo currency. This Echo currency is to mirror the type that is obtained in the European Union. All the countries that are in the EU, European Union, are using the same currency. So this is just a replica of that model. So beginning from 2027, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Togo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde. We are all going to be using the same currency called the echo currency. They say this echo currency is expected to foster price stability and inter-border transactions, but there are concerns, there are questions of who is going to print the currency, who is going to manage the currency, serious concerns of outside powers controlling these currencies. Nigeria is definitely pushing for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency. Because, of course, you know that some of these African countries are using currencies that France are tied to. So there are questions of, if all of us come together, France again, France, we don't want outside power controlling this currency. So Nigerians, I know that the tension and the pressure for 2027 general elections are very high, but some of these policies are just going to be implemented alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise your concerns. This is the time to begin to ask your questions, direct them to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate quarters. Don't wait for 11:45 when the policy is already implemented before you now start to say you want to protest. This is the time for us to come together, read this report. Let's raise the concerns right now. 11:45 is not the best time to protest. That is 5 minutes to go. It may be already too late. So please share this video. Tell everybody around you that from 2027, we are going to have a single currency alongside 11 other African countries.
Thank you very much, my sister. And of course, you have said well. All right. You know, and we have to really take this new piece of information bit by bit. Because we want break them down where so that it no go be as if say um, people no understand wetin dey happen. And um, in the kind of situation that we find ourselves in Nigeria, we have to break things down. In a country where information are put out there without any form of little or no, layman breakdown of it, and now why we did, now why we want to do am like this. And of course, we dey always do this kind show every day. We want to strive to do it every day because so many things are happening. Fresh developments now in they happen for Nigeria every day, or in Africa, or in the world. And of course, we don't want to box ourselves to the tight corner of just politics. There are many things happening, although many people would argue that everything can be tied to politics, really. Everything, every single thing can be tied to politics. But well, we try to bring very interesting news item to you and to give you a voice to be able to participate in the program. And of course, this is not a medium where it's an echo chamber. Now only the person way or the people way they always come every day. Now go they come and now go they see. Now go they we go they listen to the same people. No, we have done it in such a way that you have a means of reaching out to us. All right, you have a way of reaching out to us such that there is no bottleneck or bureaucracy involved. All right, just use the link and you will be here basically. All right, if you use the link, you press it the right way in your browser. All right, if you press it the right way in your browser, you would find yourself here, simple and short, and you will be able to have your own say without anybody gagging you. All right, and that is the link. That is the link to the studio. If you check the bottom side of the screen, that is the link. What are we talking about today? Talking about, have you heard about the new currency that would hit, that would be the new currency that will be spent by the West African countries, all right? ECOWAS. Let's take a listen. They call it eco currency.
Currency called Naira. It is going to be replaced by a currency called the Echo. Are you aware that from 2027, there is not going to be a currency called Naira? It is going to be replaced by a currency called the Echo currency. The Echo currency is a combination of currencies from 12 African countries. These 12
12 African countries coming together to have one currency. All right, 12 African countries, African black nations coming together to have one currency called eco currency. So there's a possibility starting from next year we would not be spending naira, or perhaps naira would be, fizzling out. All right, while legislation might be in place to ensure a smooth transition from naira to, that is if this policy, or perhaps this whole initiative by these 12 African countries, if it pulls through, if it becomes successful, all right, yeah,
African countries are member states of the ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. You may or you may not know that plans are currently being finalized towards this eco currency. This eco
interesting.
currency is to mirror the type that is obtained in the European Union.
And I believe many of our audiences will know. You now don't know where the currency they call euro now. Euro. That if you put down for Nigerian money now, 1 euro is, I think, 1,700 or 1,600, depending on the exchange rate now. That euro way the year, so now many countries in Europe come together, they spend am. So if you move from, let's say, Germany to Italy, na the same euro you go spend, the same currency basically. So they don't come together. Now the kind thing wey they talk say 12 African countries sef wan do be that, right? 12 African countries coming together, Economics Community of West African States called ECOWAS. About 12 of them want to now start, and of course Nigeria is inclusive, to spend one single currency, just like it is in Europe. I think many people will call this a fantastic idea. Of course, Pan Africanists would really would have loved, like myself, Pan Africanists like myself would love a situation whereby we make it an African thing, not just West African thing. But I think it's a good way to start. It's a good place to start. If we can start it from West Africa, why not? But I would have loved a situation whereby we do it on a grand scale, like Africa currency. All right. But I think this is a very good idea. We have always pushed for this unity, of African countries. All right. And part of that unity is economic, you know. Another part is political. Another part is military. All right. We believe that our strength is in our numbers. And if we come together and work as a team, politically, economically, and militarily, if we can come together, we would be a very huge force, because Africa is so blessed, so blessed. All right, um, such that one of the one of the exploiters of Africa, Leopold, wrote in his book that Africa seems to be a geo, geological scandal, because we are too blessed. It seems as though nature tends to reward us or bless us more than every other country, because there is no amount of resources or minerals all over the world that is not in Africa in in surplus. There's no mineral in the whole world that you can't find in Africa in excess and on an industrial scale. All right. So people will call it a geographic or geological scandal that it seems as though nature was playing impartial. But well, everybody have their own, what they bring to the table. And Africa seems to be the resources are what we bring to the table. And it is a big scandal for some group of people to sit down in a room and put border, division, ethnic, tribal, religious, and border. They shared Africa like cake. And I think there will come a generation where we say they go talk, say no, this kind hatred we una don't put among us, we go end them. And of course, in 2026, this is the step in the right direction. If 12 West African states are really saying, well, we want to have one single currency, I think it is a welcome development. And one single currency among 12 countries is a very strong currency, if you ask me. But let's go on with the soundbite by the digital banker. Thank you so much.
All the countries that are in the EU, European Union, are using the same currency. So this is just a replica of that
Mm,
model. So
that's
beginning
interesting.
from 2027, Nigeria, Ghana,
Mm,
Senegal, Togo,
interesting.
Guinea,
Wow.
Guinea-Bissau, Cote
Wow.
d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde, we are all
Cape
going to
Verde.
be using the same currency called
Wow.
the eco currency. They say this
Wow.
eco currency is expected to foster price stability and inter-border transactions, but there are
Mm.
concerns, there are questions of who is going to print the currency, who is going to manage the currency, serious concerns of outside powers controlling this currency.
So, and of course, my own concern, as I said earlier on, would be not particularly who would print it, who who is printing naira, really, who is printing all of this other currency. We can print our own, you know, legal tender. All right, it's our legal tender. We can print it. We can back it up with our resources. All right, some currencies are backed with gold. All right. So if some currencies are backed with gold, why can't we back our own currency with a resources? And of course, there will be a reserve, all right, of that resources that we can actually use as means of exchange. Money is a means of exchange. Full stop. All right. If you think I am, basically wrong here, and you are an economist, and you have, the means of reaching us, use the link below and reach us, or perhaps type on the comment section if you disagree what I'm saying. But I think, with my own view, all right, our current can be backed with our resources, and with our resources is a means of exchange. And of course, the fact that we are exporting these resources, we are selling it, of course, and of course, we are getting other people's currency and they are getting our currency. We are doing trade. All right, these 12 African countries or African states, right, do business, all right, and they have minerals. So, and we can come to a consensus on the minerals that we are going to be used, that the currency will be backed on, and that will be it. And if that's our, if that's our agreement, nobody should be able to, you know, second guess us on that, because we should have. And if there's independence, then why should we have to go consult? We All we have to do is to put our cards on the table. This is what we want to do. All right, it's as simple as that. All right. We should have equal footing in the global community, in the Committee of Nations. And if this whole idea is for us to better advance our cause economically, I think it is a way to go, and all efforts have to be geared towards that end. Right. So please, let's keep listening to Flora, the digital banker.
Nigeria is definitely pushing for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency.
Ah, many people will not believe that France, that has good bilateral relationship with Nigeria, as at last year, late last year, the Nigerian government is still very much, you know, striking alliances with the French government. So I don't think it is logically um, arguable that we would be against the idea of France basically. Then not that I really did not like the idea that we want to really have independence in this, but I do not believe that Nigeria is the one is the entity resisting France in this regard. Let me backtrack this a little bit.
Outside powers controlling these currencies. Nigeria is definitely
And of course, should we allow outside powers to control this resource, this currency? That is the question. If there is a currency that 12 African countries have come together to create and back up with the resources. Do we have resources? Yes, in abundance. We can back it with any resource. We can even back it with as just diamonds. We can back it with oil. We can back it with gold. We can back it with palm oil. We can back it with cocoa. So any resources that we can back the currency on really that is actually exportable basically, and they can have reserve on that resource. That's all. And no global power should be controlling us. What they can do is to do business with us. Do business. Let there be partnership. We want business. We also want to do business. Let us come. So that is the whole idea of exchange. Trade by barter. All right. You have this one. I have this one. You have this. I can provide this service, and you have this particular. Maybe you have mangoes. All right. I want to drink mango. Okay. I can provide you with the service of working in your farm. Give me mangoes. I need this so mangoes for these hours of work. Give me the mangoes and I will work for you in exchange. That is the whole idea. All right. Let's do business. This is the currency that we want to use as means of exchange. This is what you have to offer us in exchange. Or perhaps we offer you this currency, you offer us your currency, and we keep it somewhere and we use it as a means of exchange. It's not that hard. Why should any country now say, okay, oh, now we go to control you? Anything we will tell you now, we go do. I don't think that is respectful. And I believe the African countries, especially a unified force, we should begin to command respect. They want respect, we give them the respect, they also respect us. I don't think that is asking for too much, really. I don't think so, really.
for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency.
That is why I said I think I don't believe this particular part of Florence. I don't believe it because already the Nigerian government is already in talk with France in terms of our taxes. All right, so I don't think why I don't think they would. If there's any country putting up a resistance against France, I don't think it would be Nigeria. Really, I don't think so.
Because, of course, you know that some of these African countries are using currencies that France are tied to.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and many of our viewers also will be aware of this. That France is basically printing money for many many African countries, many West African countries. I think they call it francophone countries. Basically, they give them safer, and that safer they control. They do the printing and they control the value of it basically. And I think I know, not I think, I know France will be basically come against this. And that would test the loyalty of Nigeria. the new alliance of Nigeria now, it will be a very huge test, whether or not. And Nigeria, let's face it, Nigeria is the top dog among these 12 African countries. Nigeria is the top dog. Whether or not Nigeria would, put up a fierce fight, but it's not looking like it. If Nigeria can put up a fierce fight to ensure the sovereignty or the actualization of this currency, that would be good. That would be good because this is a step in the right direction. Because if the West African states can do this, if they can basically make this a reality, ah, other African, you know, the northern brothers, the eastern brothers, the southern brothers, they will also want to jump into it. And of course, if we can create a good model, then we cannot look into a unification of all the currencies into one in Africa. And that is what is the one of the ideas of Pan-Africanism. We spend one currency. We don't have any borders. We don't have to obtain visas among one another to be able to visit or go or live or work in any African countries. Don't need to do that. That is not how we operate before. We are brothers. Africa, we are brothers among ourselves. And I don't see any reason why there should be anything separating us in terms of border or even economics, such as currency. That if I go to South Africa, I will not have to change my naira to South African money. If I go to Cote d'Ivoire, I will change my naira to the Cote d'Ivoire money. I don't think this is a way to go. I think it is a welcome development that the West African states, 12 countries, including Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, Cape Verde, and the rest, are coming together to really come to produce or to have one currency. That is the very welcome development. All right, welcome. I think it's also a welcome development of this borderless within this also these 12 countries. I think just some few exceptions. You can basically, if you have your passport, you don't need any visa, all right, to gain access to any of these countries. Really. So this is a welcome development, and this is one of the things that we want to bring to you today um, on our broadcast, our live stream of Wetin Dey Happen. All right. On this broadcast, we will bring you Wetin Dey Happen for Nigeria in the world, what is happening that would affect Africa. And today, our very first highlight of today is this very news item here.
So there are questions of if all of us come together, France again, France, we don't want outside power controlling this currency. So Nigerians, I know that the tension and the pressure for 2027 general elections are very high, but some of these policies are just going to be implemented alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise your concerns. This is the time to begin to ask your questions, direct them to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate quarters. Don't wait for 11:45 when the policy is already implemented before you now start to say you want to protest. This is the time for us to come together, read these reports. Let's raise the concerns right now. 11:45 is not the best time to protest. That is 5 minutes to go. It may be already too late. So please share this alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise
So sorry, I did not unmute my mic. So sorry. So Nigerians are really battling so many things right now. The current battle on the plate of Nigerians right now, the plate of conscious Nigerians really, is this whole idea of electronic transmission of results from polling units down to a central server, such that people can see it in real time. All the election results from polling units, even in the most remotest parts of Nigeria. Nigerians are insisting that is either electronic transmission or nothing. If network no go for polling units, that is end of that election. They should not consider that election an election. That is what Nigerians are saying. And can the electoral umpire make it work? Yes, they can make it work to provide network at every polling unit. They say they want to use 200 billion for technological supplies. For technological supplies. So people are wondering what technological supplies is that can be better than internet connectivity, really. All right, internet connectivity is the best, technological supply that we can have, really. And there are many companies who can provide this, unrestricted, or perhaps a very reliable qualitative connectivity, such that immediately people are done voting, the result is uploaded immediately. So do you think Nigerians are asking for too much? If you think Nigerians are asking for too much, let's hear in the comment section below. We are very much interested in hearing feedback from our people. If you think, say, Nigerian people are asking for too much by demanding for of electronic transmission of results from polling units to a central server, make we know for comment section if Nigerians are asking for too much. I don't think they are asking for too much, and it is doable. The resources is available for an election of over 800 billion. That kind of election, it deserves all that it can get. Really, that kind of election deserves all that it should get. Eh? It should get enough. There should be no wuru or awuyewuye eh, in that kind of election. Really, there should be no awuyewuye or wuru to the answer kind of situation in that kind of election. Mm. Many people would believe that, yeah, or many people expect that kind of election should be scandalous, if there's any English like that. We should not have any scandals, associated with that sort of election. All right, but it seems as though there is still gonna be so many scandal. If the federal government refuse to do the people's wish, this people's wish, if the federal government refuse to grant it, they are basically leaving room for so many awuyewuye, so many complaints to be littered around, all right, the elections, really. And I don't think they want that kind of situation. I don't think the Nigerian government really want that sort of complaints, because there will be indeed be complaints. eh, Without any doubt, there will be complaints, really. But if they don't want any complaint to stop, all right, if they don't want any complaint to stop, may they do wetin people want. All right, may they do wetin people want. Wetin people want na election wey dey free, fair, and credible, really. And are they going to be asking for too much for an election to have a real-time electronic transmission of results? I don't think so. I don't think they are asking for too much. I don't really think so. Wow. This thing is not posted. Oh. I will have to post it immediately. All right. So they just are not asking for too much. If wow. Okay. Let me do it this way. Let me do it from this place. Um, so yeah, Nigerians. I don't think Nigerians are asking for too much to have an electronic transmission of results. Mm, I don't think so. I really do not. I honestly do not think it is asking for too much. I really don't. I really don't. I don't think so. So Nigerians have so much on their plate right now. That is where I was really going to. That Nigerians have so much on their plate. They have so much to worry about already. To add this whole eco currency into the mix of things. For the sake of new listeners, let me go over this video one more time. And this time I will not interject to just be a smooth one.
Are you aware that from 2027, there is not going to be a currency called Naira? It is going to be replaced by a currency called the Echo currency. The Echo currency is a combination of currencies from 12 African countries. These 12 African countries are member states of the ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. You may or you may not know that plans are currently being finalized towards this echo currency. This echo currency is to mirror the type that is obtained in the European Union. All the countries that are in the EU, European Union, are using the same currency. So this is just a replica of that model. So beginning from 2027, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Togo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde, we are all going to be using the same currency called the echo currency. They say this echo currency is expected to foster price stability and inter-border transactions, but there are concerns, there are questions of who is going to print the currency, who is going to manage the currency, serious concerns of outside powers controlling these currencies. Nigeria is definitely pushing for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency. Because, of course, you know that some of these African countries are using currencies that France are tied to. So there are questions of, if all of us come together, France again, France, we don't want outside power controlling this currency. So Nigerians, I know that the tension and the pressure for 2027 general elections are very high, but some of these policies are just going to be implemented alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise your concerns. This is the time to begin to ask your questions, direct them to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate quarters. Don't wait for 11:45 when the policy is already implemented before you now start to say you want to protest. This is the time for us to come together, read these reports. Let's raise the concerns right now. 11:45 is not the best time to protest. That is 5 minutes to go. It may be already too late.
So thank you so much, Flora, the digital banker. That is the account that supplied us with this information, and we are so grateful for this information on Liberation Chat on Civic Space, the People's Media platform. Um, Hope this helps, and this gives you the necessary head starts on the development that will most likely happen starting from next year. It seems as though Naira is going to be abandoned. It seems as though Naira is going to be abandoned, and of course, yeah, we have to add this one to our battle now. After the whole battle of elections, results transmission, we also have to battle this, this eco currency, a currency that will be legal tender in 12 African countries. Do you think this is a welcome development? I believe it's a welcome development. As a Pan Africanist, this is a good way to start. I believe that this should be done across all African countries, and the fact that the West African countries are taking the center stage, or perhaps they are leading that development, I think I have to say I clap for them. Where I think the African continent needs to replicate this. Really. If you are familiar with euro, one of the most strongest currency in the world, euro, as far as is concerned, is even stronger than dollar in Nigerian currency. I don't know whether in other countries. Um, so you have pound sterling, that is actually a currency that is basically the legal tender in UK, United Kingdom. You know, where you have other currency countries like Scotland, England, um, Wales, Ireland spending one currency, and that currency is very strong. You know, pound sterling is very strong, and of course, many will also argue that the euro is also very strong because it's a combination of so many countries coming together to have one single legal tender, and they are backing the currency up with the resources. I believe the African continent also have numerous, and of course, some people will call it a scandalous, numerous resources of any minerals in abundance. In any mineral you can see all over the world is in Africa in huge quantity. So, having considered that, that means we have something to back our currency with. And if 12 African countries called ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African Countries, want to start spending the same currency, I think it's a good way to start. And that will usher us to our first guest of the day, the African Wahala. We'd like to take his comment on this, and of course, we would advance our course from there. The African Wahala, you're welcome to the studio. How are you doing, sir? Hope you are holding it together. How is your side of things? Thank you so much for coming today again to really invest your time and, of course, to address the African people. You're very, very much welcome to the studio. The African Wala will pass the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, comrade. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for always coming every day for your consistency. Thank you so much. Um, so to be fair, I just came in and I'm not really sure what the topic of discussion is. I only heard about the last 10, about 5, 10 minutes where you were talking about African currencies and maybe there is a new change on the horizon. People trying to create a generic currency. It had already been existing for the longest time in the francophone countries, but it was useless. That general CFA that they spend in those francophone African countries has never benefited any of the African countries. It's only France that benefits from it. And that's why someone like me, I salute the AES, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, for being able to cut off that relationship that is parasitic, a relationship in which they and the French, they always get the short end of the stick. And they were bold enough, intelligent enough, and conscious enough to cut off that relationship. And it's one of the reasons I always root for the AES. But yeah, that's pretty much what I know. I'm not really sure what the topic of the conversation is. And I wouldn't mind if you could shed more light.
Yes, that is pretty much our very first story for the day, our very first news item for the day, and we're talking about waiting they happen really. and anything, any news item that is actually of national interest, will bring it to the people. And so many things are happening every day. So it seems as though we want to really metamorphosize from having a single topic to be able to have a topic that can really make us highlight so many things happening at the same time. So it will not be able to lose track or perhaps lose some news item that will have perhaps just skipped and just restrict ourselves to one single topic. So so many things are happening daily. Like today is
Hmm.
that news item that we just approached now about the 12 West African countries, economic communities of West African countries, ECOWAS, about 12 of them, trying to adopt one single currency. All right. Um, some people are saying that is the way to go. That I think to replicate what is being done in Europe and in UK, where countries will come together and spend one single currency, and it makes the currency stronger. It creates some level of higher purchasing power for the people, and of course it also gives a sense of sovereignty, because that will mean that some African countries, some so-called francophone countries, we have, as you have rightly said, they will have to jettison or let go of CEFA and adapt this eco currency that they want to implement starting next year. And of course, they said legislation is already on the way. All right, there's already backdoor and of course legislation around this end, such that it becomes implemented next year. So, and I'm not saying, well, Nigerians have, because the person doing the present that brought the news to that I came across the news from, all right, was saying that we have to start basically fighting for this whole thing now. If we are against it, we should say it now. If we are not against it, if there are concerns that we have as a people, we should start saying this now. And I'm saying, well, we have so many things on our table right now, especially the electronic transmission of results, because there will be elections in Nigeria next year. But Nigerians will now have to start factoring this one into the mix also, to now start begin to, if they know early enough, they will be able to, do something about it early enough to either pressure the government to implement it in some kind of models that would be pro people, that will not be pro establishment or pro elite or pro upper class, such that it becomes a people oriented or people driven policy. And of course, some, all right, so sorry about that timeout. It's a network timeout. Some will also recommend that we should also implement a borderless situation, whereby we would not have borders. There are some countries in Africa here that you have to get visa. All right, you have to get visa before you can get to the country. You have to get your visa approved. That is not really the case in all these countries that we want to copy. In Europe, a citizen of Germany can really move from Germany to France to Italy to Netherlands because it's a borderless situation. They have had that agreement. And if we are going to copy them, or we are going to do something around that model economically, we should be able to also implement some other interesting parts, some other perks, like this whole, not having to seek for visas to move from Nigeria to South Africa, or all of these other countries. Even within these West African countries, I believe like Cape Verde now, I believe needs a visa, and it's also a West African country to the best of my knowledge. So, alongside this old economic currency, or perhaps eco currency that wants to make 12 African countries to spend one currency, of which some of us are also proposing that it should be an African thing. Part of the whole agenda of Pan Africanism is a unified economical, you know, currency, legal tender. One single currency in Africa, backed up by resources. It can be gold, it can be crude oil, it can be backed up by any resources that any of these countries back up their currencies with. All right. And of course, we have any currency in huge proportion in Africa. So one of our agenda as Pan Africanists is to have that kind of single, one of the economic unity, political unity, and military unity. These are the three core elements of Pan Africanism. So I believe this is a step in the right direction, but at least there are other things that needs to be addressed to, if we are going to adopt that model, for it to be a total package. And of course, I have already explained that. So, but in generality, Nigerians have to add this struggle now into the election transmission of results struggle. So, as it is now, all of the activists, all of the concerned citizens, the conscious community, we will have to start pushing this now, right? And getting to the know of the people so that they can actually either push for what they want in this whole mix, and of course add this whole condition also into the mix, so that all of the representatives, they can really reflect the will of the people, so that if they go and do any awuye with this whole thing, it will be very, very clear that they have gone ahead to do what is their own policy, not people's policy. As it is now, the current transmission of result policy that they have already put into law now is their own law. It is not the people's law. People are saying they don't want any ambiguities. They don't want any ifs and may in the clause. No. Electronic transmission of result from polling unit to a central server. End of story. Can it be funded such that every polling unit have connectivity? Yes. Why are they mitigating against it? They don't see any solid explanation to give the Nigerian people. So it is what it is. So that is just our first story. This whole echo currency that is basically in the pipeline, and of course
Yeah.
with the expert analysis that
Are you
is
aware
going to
that
come
from
into fruition next year. So
2027
let's take
there
it
is
based
not
on
going
what
to
time.
be a currency called naira? It is going to be replaced by a currency called the echo currency. The
Naira.
echo
Relationship
currency
for some
is a
meeting.
combination of currencies from 12 African countries. These 12 African countries are member states of the ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. You may or you may not know that plans are currently being finalized towards this echo currency. This echo currency is to mirror the type that is obtained in the European Union. All the countries that are in the EU, European Union, are using the same currency. So this is just a replica of that model. So beginning from 2027, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Togo, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Gambia, and Cabo Verde, we are all going to be using the same currency called the echo currency. They say this echo currency is expected to foster price stability and inter-border transactions, but there are concerns, there are questions of who is going to print the currency, who is going to manage the currency, serious concerns of outside powers controlling these currencies. Nigeria is definitely pushing for not wanting France to be part of the outside power that will control this currency. Because, of course, you know that some of these African countries are using currencies that France are tied to. So there are questions of, if all of us come together, France again, France, we don't want outside power controlling this currency. So Nigerians, I know that the tension and the pressure for 2027 general elections are very high, but some of these policies are just going to be implemented alongside the elections. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if you have any reservation about this policy, this is the time to raise your concerns. This is the time to begin to ask your questions, direct them to the appropriate authorities, to the appropriate quarters. Don't wait for 11:45 when the policy is already implemented before you now start to say you want to protest, this is the time for us to come together, read these reports. Let's raise the concerns right now. 11:45 is not the best time to protest. That is 5 minutes to go. It may be already too late. So please share this video. Tell everybody around you that from 2027, we are going to have a single currency alongside 11 other African countries.
11:45 is 15 minutes to go anyway.
Abby.
11:45 is 15
And
minutes to go.
they don't say for politics, 15 minutes is a long time.
It's a lot. My comrade. Nice to be here.
I mean, let me
again.
tell us.
Nice to
I
be
do
in the
tell
studio
us.
again, my comrade. My comrade, nice to be in the studio again. Thank you for always opening this channel up for us to be
Nice,
able to
nice.
talk to
It's
the
obviously
Nigerian people.
it's a privilege, all right, really, to have
Yes, my
you
brother.
and others join into have a say in the Nigerian matter, and of course African matter. Really, it's not only Nigeria, and of course with our news item today, we don't be very clear. Say we are not just focused on the Nigerian situation. We are also very much concerned as Pan Africanists. We also look at many things with the lens of how it would have a ripple effect on the rest of Africa and Nigeria. So yeah, here you have it. So the African Wala, having heard that sound bite, what would you like to take away from your previous submission, or what do you like to add to it, having heard the whole entire story as it is played not quite long ago?
Yeah, I think although it's a very good innovation to have African countries uniting on a financial and economic front, forming blocks, economic blocks like we already have. It's a very good thing because there is strength in unity. In fact, if you think about it, assuming ECOWAS was meant to, if 12 countries, because now the AES is no longer part of ECOWAS, which I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them that they are no longer part of ECOWAS. Came together and sat down with the United States and said, hey, we have this, let's set up a deal where we can exchange this. You guys can, you are the manufacturers of weapons as the current world order is. You guys are one of the largest manufacturers of weaponry. Send us weapons as a region. So send the 12 ECOWAS regions, ECOWAS states, weapons or whatever supplies that we need. And then we can provide you something else in exchange. You see, we would have a better negotiating power if that was the case. If the ECOWAS region could sit down with China, for example, another major global economic bloc, sit down with China, have a conversation about this is what you need, this is what we have, and this is what we need from you. And we have a fair exchange. That would have been a perfect situation for us, isn't it? That would have been perfect for us, West Africans. But unfortunately, we have to address the elephant in the room. ECOWAS is a corrupt organization. As much as we need a revolution in Nigeria, for example, that is how much we need a revolution in our West African region. And the AES, they've already started their own revolution. Salute to them. We in ECOWAS, we can't pretend like ECOWAS has been beneficial for us. As an individual, for me, I can speak for myself and I can speak for my family members and my friends. ECOWAS has never been beneficial for us in our entire lives. ECOWAS, if anything, has been detrimental to us. It's a useless bloc. It wasn't created to be useless, but it has become extremely useless, full of corrupt people. This is the same bloc that whenever there is a rigged election in Ivory Coast, in Nigeria, ECOWAS sends its delegation as observers. They come out with a report. In the reports, they'll tell us that, oh, the elections were free and fair. The rightful owner has emerged. Everybody congratulate the rightful owner, even though there was blatant rigging in the elections with people getting killed. The ECOWAS institution has been tainted. It's corrupt. And I can't trust anything that would emerge out of ECOWAS unless a revolution happens. If a revolution happens within the ECOWAS region, for example, and then things can get cleaned up, the officials can become more pro West Africa, pro West Africans, and anti imperialist, and become more pan African, then ECOWAS can become something that we can ride with. But the current structure of ECOWAS, as a matter of fact, I believe the leadership of ECOWAS, the top guy, the chairman of ECOWAS, is probably the president of Nigeria, Tinubu. And we all know who Tinubu is. One of the topmost leadership in ECOWAS is Ouattara, the guy from Ivory Coast. These are extremely corrupt people, right? So ECOWAS, if they are telling us that they want to create a unifying currency that will bring us together, I don't believe them. I don't believe anything will come out of them. I've lived long enough. I've had so much experience with them than for me to still be putting my trust in them. I'm not going to allow them waste my life. They are fake. The only community that has a little bit of an influence in Africa as it stands right now is probably the SADC, Southern African Development Committee. It's made up of Namibia, South Africa, Botswana, I believe Zimbabwe, Zambia, and a few other countries. They have it good to an extent. And the only reason I'm saying this is because you can see the relationship between Botswana and Namibia. They have a very good relationship that is positive for the people and for their country. And their economy is slowly growing. The standard of living of the people is slowly getting better. And they always stand up for themselves. Like recently, the president of Botswana made a pledge that anything that Namibia needs, they are in for it. They will supply anything that Namibia needs, and anything that they need from Namibia, Namibia will supply them. That was a pledge between both presidents of Namibia and Botswana, and they are in the SADC. If we go to the East African Community Bloc, I think it's made up of about 6 countries, including Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda. It's also extremely corrupt. We see what has been going on in Kenya. We see what has been going on in Uganda as far as their politics. We see the hard-handedness of Muhuzi, the son of the president of Uganda. He is not even a political figure, but he has the power to threaten, arrest, kidnap, and kill political figures, opposition members to his father. His father has been the president for 40 years, and they've accomplished nothing as a country in Uganda. You go to Kenya. Kenya is one of the progressive East African countries, but they have a lot of corruption in their government. Their presidency, their government is literally a stooge for any Western imperialist. Any Western country that throws some dollars to the Kenyan government swallows it in exchange for a better life for their citizens. And you see, these types of blocks, East African Community Bloc made up of Kenya and Uganda, some of the most powerful countries within that bloc, they can't really accomplish a lot when their leadership is corrupt and anti-African. They are not pan-African. They don't stand in support of African people or their own people. They only do things that are selfish. They always sell the African people away to the imperialists for the slightest change. They don't even care who the imperialist is. Sometimes they sell us out to the East, the Chinese. Sometimes they sell us out to the West, the Americans or the Europeans. They don't even care. They're like prostitutes. Highest bidder, they sell us off to them. So it's our own responsibility as the citizens to find a way to clean up the system, to make sure that these people are pan-African. They stand up for us. And I'm talking about the leadership of these different blocks across the continent, from ECOWAS to East African Community Bloc to Southern African SADC. All these blocks in Africa need to be working in favor of African people. And even if they are trying to model what the Europeans have going on, which is beneficial for them, because if you think about it, the European Union, they don't sit around and... Okay, there was a recent case. Look at a typical example that happened recently. The United States of America, under Donald Trump, is trying to delineate from the EU, even though they have been historical partners after the Second World War. But the US government under Trump decided that it wants to grab one of the EU territories, Greenland. Now, Greenland is a colony of Denmark, one of the major EU members. So, what did the EU do? The EU came together for the first time in about 70 something years and stood up against the United States. They have been historic partners, but the EU told the United States that, listen, you can't grab Denmark. I mean, you can't grab Greenland. If you're going to grab Greenland, we, the EU, including France, Scotland, England, Germany, we are going to send troops, soldiers to Greenland to prevent an invasion of the American military. And that's exactly what they did. And after they implemented that policy, they had another meeting, Economic Forum, which is stupid. Anything that has to do with world stuff, anything world, it never happens in Africa. It always happens everywhere else because we are not really a part of the world. Our own job from the perspective of the rest of the world is to be exploited. And that's why it's another reason why we need Pan-Africanism and unity so that we stand a better chance in protecting ourselves and stop being vulnerable. So they had a meeting, World Economic Forum in Switzerland. In the Switzerland meeting, the United States government conceded. They basically said, and I'm just paraphrasing, they said, listen, EU, we've been partners historically. We want Greenland, but you guys are putting up a defense. You don't want us to grab Greenland. So for that reason, we're just going to take a step back. We are no longer going to forcefully grab Greenland from you. And the only reason why that was possible is because they are weak, the weak European Union countries coming together, 27 of them, I believe, maybe 25 or 27, in a unified bloc, they could stand up against the United States. But if it was just Denmark that was going to stand up against the United States, they stood no chance. The United States will run over Denmark, colonize Greenland, colonize Denmark, and maybe even colonize Norway and Sweden while they are at it. Because as individual countries, they are weak compared to the United States. But they coming together, they might not still be as strong as the United States, but they stand a better chance. It's almost like, you find yourself where a thief, an armed robber, a bodybuilder, someone that is extremely big and strong, is like 7 foot tall. He weighs 200 kilograms, pure muscle, and the guy is athletic, super strong monster. This guy comes to you, God forbid, comes to your family and violates your sister or your mother. You, as the man in the family, you are watching this guy come around to violate the female members of your family. As a guy, are you going to try to put up a form of defense? I mean, you probably don't stand a chance fighting this guy by yourself. But are you going to try? And let's assume you have 2 brothers or 3 brothers. So 3 brothers, you guys are average size. You have this big bully giant of a man coming to violate your mother and your sister. Are you 3 brothers not going to try to put up a defense against this man, even if you have to grab weapons, you have to grab stones, you have to grab cutlass or anything to put up a defense against this monster that is coming to violate your mother and your sister? Or you're just going to stay by yourself? Oh, brother A goes into his room because he knows that he doesn't stand a chance against the big man. Brother B goes into his own room because he doesn't stand a chance against the big man. Brother C does the same. Or all 3 brothers are going to come together to try to protect themselves. So that's the question. And that's exactly what we are supposed to do as African people. We, our neighbors, yes, we are supposed to be in a unified bloc that works for us, that makes us less vulnerable, that we can protect ourselves with. But in order for that to work, we have to be on the same page. As it stands currently, there is a lot of rife. In the Nigerian space, people are agitating. They want to break up. They want to break out of the country. Yes, from a Pan-Africanist point of view, it looks like they breaking up makes us weaker and makes us more vulnerable. And I agree to that. But also, because we've not been able to learn how to respect ourselves, different groups, we just step over one another. You look at the current structure of Nigeria, the major source of revenue being the oil in the Niger Delta. Most of the oil blocks are owned by people from outside of that region. Most of the people that own the oil blocks in the Niger Delta are from outside of the Niger Delta region, and the people in the Niger Delta region are poverty stricken. So people are offended, they are angry. Why should we be the poor ones and we have people from other places owning the resources that makes them rich and supposedly feeds this country while they have environmentally devastated our farms, our rivers? So they've taken everything from us, they've made themselves rich, and then they want us to just stay without complaining. And that's why people keep on complaining. So now some of those people are saying, okay, we don't want to be a part of this country anymore. What is my response to that? I think you're on the right track. You shouldn't want to be a part of a country or a system that keeps on punishing you and cheating you. Nobody wants to be a part of that. But also, that makes us weak because if we now break up into smaller countries, we become weak. So, what is the solution? In my opinion, the solution is we need to have a proper structure where people can respect other people based on their differences. If the Niger Delta region, for example, if they cannot fully be autonomous and manage themselves and have their resources utilized for their own development, then Nigeria is fake. What are we talking about here? We don't want this kind of country where their own resources will be used, stolen away, and they will be poor. We would rather that we don't have oil in our southwest region. It's better we go back to our farming, cocoa. Let's go back to maize. Let's go back to agriculture. Let's make that our source of revenue. We are already poor, so we have nothing to lose. We might as well go back to agriculture, start afresh. They in the Niger Delta, they can continue with their oil exploration, but they have their own autonomous region. We can still be within the same country, but they have their own region. So that means the constitution of the country has to be completely changed so that nobody can step into anybody else's boundary. And if we can't do that, if we break it up and everybody goes in separate ways, the perfect scenario will be that in the near future, even though we are now separate countries, we should still form an alliance under a West African economic and security bloc that would keep us safe. And I'm just going to make this final point. Finally, the terrorism that has been going on in West Africa, in the Sahel region, in Nigeria for the past 15, 20 years. We've had terrorism ongoing, non-stop, uncontrolled in Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry. It hasn't spread to Sierra Leone or Liberia or Ghana yet. Hopefully it doesn't. We are praying that it stays the way it is, that it stays within the Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger and Nigeria. And then we can slowly curtail it until it becomes a thing of the past. That's what we are all hoping. But the fact that we've had ECOWAS for 50 something years and we've had growing terrorism for the past 20 years, isn't that another evidence for us to know that ECOWAS is useless? ECOWAS brings nothing to the table. It's just a coalition of corrupt politicians from different African subregions that have come together to keep on punishing the African people and remain stooges for the West or the East, depends on the highest bidder. So finally, I'm just going to say that what we need is unity, but we need unity with clarity. This ECOWAS that exists is corrupt. It has to be overhauled. There has to be a complete revolution as far as ECOWAS, just like the AES did. And I can bet you when we figure it out, the remaining 12 of us in the West African region, when we figure it out and we are no longer a corrupt ECOWAS, the AES will come back and rejoin us and we can form a brand new West African economic bloc. And that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, the African Wahala. This is quite comprehensive, and of course, it has created a very bird's eye view of the situation and the solution to the problem. You have highlighted your concerns. You have also educated us on how things should be the ideal situation, and you have also provided the solution. Thank you so very much. I don't think somebody would have said it any more coherently than what you have said now. And of course, we want to really tune to a program right now that I think none of us would like to miss. How would you like a combination of Shore and David Odein on a program, on a broadcast? It is the broadcast that is happening that is being organized by 99.3 Nigeria Info. It's a Twitter space, an X space, I mean to say. So yeah, so let's tune in and get to listen to these two interesting figures, and we'll extract as much reactions, and of course we'll listen in and we'll give our commentary in real time. I apologize, Adegi. I believe you also have a thing or two to say about the recent situation within this eco currency, the whole unity within the West African bloc.
No, no
I
rush. There's
believe
time.
you
There's
have a
time.
thing or two to say.
There's
But,
time. We can
but
go to the live
let's
stream
tune into
and
it. Has started for like 10, 20 minutes now, but I don't want to interject the African Wala because yeah, he's saying some kind of punchlines that would be so beneficial to this discussion. So yeah, we'll return back to you, Adege, after this time out. Let's tune in to the Nigerian Info X space. The title: Online Advocacy versus Offline Political Participation Among Nigerian Youths. I repeat, online advocacy versus offline political participation among Nigerian youth. The guests: Omoyele Shure, a political activist, and of course, we also have David Odein, an online critic, and also very much an interesting figure. So let's take a listen to what is going on there.
White people that created it, it's white people that funded it, it's white
David
people that control
is
it ultimately.
speaking currently.
And that's the point I was trying to make. And incidentally, I was on that panel with one of such civil society beneficiaries in Abuja. I'm not going to mention his name because it's not relevant to this conversation. So it's not like I'm attacking someone behind your back. But essentially, all he had to say, it sounded as if someone had put a cassette and loaded a cassette into his head. And he was just repeating stuff. And the only thing he can say is what is on that cassette. Like he literally cannot say anything else apart from what has been programmed into him. Which I thought was very sad because I was trying to have an actual intellectual exchange, an actual real, honest conversation about something that I think, ultimately is a question that we ourselves will have to answer, especially being that we share a border with the AES. The AES, whether we like it or not, is shaping up to be Africa's most politically and economically disruptive force in a positive sense. And they're doing so without the quote unquote electoral democracy. So eventually, they're going to have to face that contradiction where in another 10, 11, 12 years, when we get to the point where the AES, which is like 100 million people population, economy wise, as a bloc, has to become a new power center in West Africa, and Nigeria is no longer the sole regional hegemon. Then we're going to have to start asking ourselves some really hard questions. Like this entire political structure that we have, who does it benefit and does it work? So I was trying to have that conversation, but that civil society ecosystem that produced this guy and so many others like him has conditioned him and so many others in such a way that to even say that is to commit blasphemy. Like to even say that the the political or the electoral structure that we have maybe is not fit for purpose. Maybe holding these rituals every 4 years and then having the national development being subjected to these random 4 year intervals such that you can never plan over a stretch. The way China does, for example, where they have these things called 5 year plans. And they can plan in
So
5 year
David
plans because they know
David
that the
can
government
make
is going to
reference
change
to China.
every 5 years.
Hey,
So
wonders
they
shall
know that
never
for the
end.
next 10, 15 years, they can expect that they're going to put this person with this policy direction in place. So you can do 2, 3, 5 year plans with this person, and it goes on like that. That's how they move from Mao to Deng to Hu Jintao, ultimately to Xi Jinping, and whoever will succeed him. That is a perfectly valid way of running the government. No one is saying that
Eh?
that's the way of running the government
From
that was
David,
necessarily
a
suitable for us. But
capitalist,
what I am saying is that we will have to find
making
our
reference to
own
China really is
way of
quite
running the
interesting.
government,
I find
which
that
might not
interesting.
necessarily be what has been dictated to us.
And we can
like
also
this
jump
sort
in,
of
to as
pseudo
many as us
lecture
of us that
style
are on the speakers again. We
or
can
what
also
lecture
chip in
style
these,
lecture of
you
democracy.
know,
We have
these
president, vice president,
concerns or
senate
perhaps
president, chief
comments.
governors, and
It's
deputies.
a live
And
commentary stuff.
currently, the
So
structure has
yeah.
never worked, and it's not working, and it's not going to work.
Okay.
Right? So, I think that is what has created that situation where after we started having this system
The
of
African were like, would you like to say something?
No, I'm just listening for now. I'm just listening.
Okay, okay. Please, let's feel free to jump in at any point in time that anywhere we find interesting that the speaker is going towards, we can jump in for like 1 minute maximum so that we can not will not lose so many juicy part of the submission here.
anyway. So, given that that's the situation, and then the civil society and media ecosystem is simply repeating the same redundant stuff again that hold your leaders accountable, which is a meaningless statement, doesn't mean anything. It's just a cliche. Vote right, vote wisely, yeah, whatever that even means. And we just keep
Ah,
hearing the same sound bites
what is
repeated
David
every four
saying? What
years.
is he
Eventually,
talking
they
about?
simply tune
Vote
out.
wisely. Vote wisely is a good
And
cliche
that's
now.
that's
I don't
basically
think
where we are right now,
any
where the actual
intellectual would
process of
basically be against
um,
voting wisely.
political engagement, which is supposed
Well,
to be primarily offline process, has now migrated and turned into online content creation. Because as far as I'm concerned, that's all it is now. It's content creation. There's a whole online ecosystem built around what mimics political
of
engagement,
course,
which
yes,
really is just content
yes,
creation.
of
Whether it's
course,
people opening
there
podcasts,
should be
or it's regular
an
Twitter spaces like
online
these,
cliche
or it's people, trying
move
to
towards
spin off the
online
crimes that they
engagement or
created because
perhaps
of
shaping the
the run
narratives.
up to the 2023
Is this
election,
person going
and
against it
parlay
is
that
also part of
entirely
that
plays into
ecosystem?
some
I find it
politics. That
difficult
is basically
to
what
really
we've constructed
understand,
here. We,
and that
we have a
this
civil
is a
society and
perfect
media
description
ecosystem.
of David today really. And I think I have to jump in here really fast within just 30 seconds. This is David Today, who is basically a political commentator online who has made thousands of dollars commenting or perhaps running commentary on political development. Here he is attacking others who have basically formed a cliche to create content with political development. This is the height of hypocrisy in my view. Or am I the only one saying this? Really? Adege, or perhaps
No,
the African Wala, what do they have to say about this? In 30 seconds, please.
yeah. So, I'm going to try not to allow my biases because I don't like David personally, but I'm going to try not to let my biases interfere in my judgment. David making that statement about what he sees now is content creation. I'll be honest. I personally saw David. I started seeing David as an online content creator last year. Couple of years ago, I didn't see him as a content creator. Although what he was doing was content, he was exposing some corruption aspects in the Nigerian government, which I respected. But the moment he started calling everybody CIA assets, oh, this person is CIA, Goodluck Jonathan is the best thing since sliced bread, then I began to saw him as a content creator because he's basically feeding the people. You see, he was an obedient. I don't know if he's still an obedient, but he used to be an obedient, and then he needed to create content for the obedient, and he'll come out through different media, X, Facebook, Twitter. I mean, YouTube, and guess what? That's content creation. And guess what? You are also getting paid for putting out that content. So that's an incentive. And that makes you a hypocrite. If you're calling other people content creators, you're also a content creator, and that makes you a hypocrite. And that's my reaction to that.
So turns out I'm not the only one seeing this old bias playing out in real time, really. So it turns out. Adege, would you like to say something about that? Adege, is Adege still with us? Adege, are you here? Adege, are you there? Well, maybe Baba is very busy. So let's continue listening.
Political engagement, but it wasn't. And that's what happens when you have an information ecosystem that is not so related. So if there's anything that anyone wants to do and anything that's going to do, is that for Nigeria to get to the point where young Nigerians are playing an active role in determining the affairs of how their country is run, the way young Bangladeshis, young Malians, or young Nigerians, or young Madagascans are doing so, the first step to doing that would be recognizing that almost all of the information that we're taking in on a daily basis is poison. Because it comes from something that we don't
David
see, we don't
Day.
control. So once we recognize that, then we can start offloading from this matrix that they have
Mm,
created for us,
okay.
where we now see our entire political purpose as engaging on the internet. And where the internet engagement obviously doesn't translate into offline results, even if you end up winning an election at the ballot, but you actually don't have the power to win it at the pollution center, which is where it really counts, and then you relapse once again back into that internet content creation space. You have the angry Twitter spaces, you talk to, you do your hashtags, all eyes on the judiciary and all that stuff, and then nothing comes of it. And then everybody goes home and waits another 4 years to repeat the same rigmarole all over again. So if you unplug from that matrix, realize that
I,
someone
I
that is
just hope
actually
I just hope
more
Showore will
informed than
really
you
hit
will
this
still
guy
got
hard,
plugged
really,
into it all
and
time.
call out his
But
hypocrisy,
you
because
realize
he
that
was
there's
one of those that
actually
actually facilitated
nowhere,
this
there's no
whole
concrete
all
evidence
eyes on the judiciary
that for
nonsense,
you
really.
to experience political change,
You know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
another
go on.
hypocrisy?
Yeah, please proceed. Yeah.
So this guy is talking about every 4 years we argue online, then we go to the ballot box, and then we are not able to implement our mandates through the elections. And then after that, we come back online and be crying online. That's a big lie. Because this sequence that he's just described only began in 2019. 2019, and that's just 7 years ago. So it's just 7 years ago that this started. As at 2015, our online presence as young Nigerians, young Africans, as far as our political conversations, was not there. We did not have an online presence as at 2015, 2016. This started in 2019, after the 2019 elections. So this guy has put out a lie. That's a blatant lie. Maybe to him, that's his entire life because maybe he just only started engaging in political stuff 7 years ago. But I'm telling you that this conversation that people have been having on social media, especially about politics, it did not begin until 2019.
Thank you very much. I think, would you like to add anything? Are you now available? Because I think I've called you before.
No, in a moment, as soon as I'm available, I'll let you know. Just one moment.
Okay. So I just want to confirm if you are still very much connected with us. So let's proceed with the broadcast.
Not talking about the autism. It's not the black people.
It seems as though this host is having connection issues. The co-host, really,
If we are talking about
it's,
20%,
and it's
we already
breaking.
started thinking about 2030 and other stuff, but we don't. When do we? Because in all of these our engagements and all of the conversations that we have online and you pushing and you we never really know that or note that we're supposed to be at least 10 steps ahead of our politicians. But then they always preempt us, they do stuff, and you can see that they're strategic. How can't we be strategic? And I don't want to believe that young people in Nigeria are not smart, but very intelligent people. We're making waves all over the world. How come we're also not as strategic as these politicians? We wait when it's time for elections, we like the whole drama of go and get your PVC, hashtag we're village boys or city boys or we are obedient or we are articulate or whatever. How come we're not as strategic as these politicians? And when I say politicians, it means my relation where please, you're included in the hashtag politicians. But how come we, the people, the followers, we, the people who these politicians are supposed to serve, are not as strategic and forward thinking as they are? I'd like for everyone to speak before I bring James, who did this research in, to talk. Mr. Shore, I think I'd like for you to go first because you're a politician.
well, I don't think it's important to throw labels at me.
Mm.
This point, all people politicians and
She found it
I know
funny.
you're trying
She's
to put
basic. and
It's
she's very
very
serious
important.
about
And this is very,
she'll
very
mark
important.
the whole thing up in
You
comedy,
know,
in trying
one of
to
the things we
socially
want to be
engineer
saying
the
about the
people
content
to
of
look
our
at
show
your a certain way.
is the absence
This
of
is this is this is
originality.
scandalous, really.
Over the years,
I'm
Africans
really glad you caught that nuance. They,
created
that was an
new
intentional move
authorities,
to water
politicians,
down what
Yeah,
Showore brings
yeah,
to the table.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And they mask it in comedy. They mask it in satire. And I like how Baba. I think he will call this out. Really, I really trust him.
original to you. And the worst of them all is religion, and that controls people's minds a lot. So whether you wake up in the morning and you see African from the prism of Russia or China or the Americans, you're still a slave to some ideology that was never original to you because you've been told categorically that wherever you came from, wherever you are, you're not authentic until you plug into something that was created by somebody else. And the same thing applies to the information access that we all talk about all the time. Like, you know, you can hardly find an African made TV station that wants to talk about African issues. I was in South Africa in 2018. The moment I told South Africans that, look, Nigerians were part of the liberation movement for South Africa, all my TV um, engagements were cancelled in Joburg and elsewhere. If you come to Nigeria, it's even worse. You can't have even TV station in Nigeria before you walk into their studio will tell you that things you can say and things you can't say. So I agree completely with those of us who say, oh, maybe if we have something that's authentic to us and about us, a governance structure. But in the course of doing that, just to make is to take some of these players that have accounts that also have no love, above to romances because family options secret. And we look this and this because we've never seen it before. So we go to Kina Faso, that the guy that who's carrying it around and said, very sad that's okay. But we don't ask this about, Burkina Faso, if you're honest. Like David, who has spoken way. He fight for 2 years. You don't argue with Nnamdi God, can you stay in? So of course,
Network.
even if you see here, uh, an example, this country version who
Network.
control information allows you to speak because I used out to. Can you provide the wrong if they get Russian president that they put I doubt it, you are in there. Wrong. But what I know. So basically what was agreed was is that there is a need for us not for lenders or political leaders as they call them or rulers. Tell us when our nation going to happen. It's not going to happen on their own terms. It has to have our own terms. Have a position for in which elected over in 2019 participated that the 2019 field part of the movement and so this is not sure we want to issue now. You know, if people do not stand or agree, and then we don't have to agree on every but one thing must agree on that this is where we know where we should not accept this condition has been placed on us as a basis for function
Ah,
citizen
man, this network
function on
is
Nigeria.
doing all
But
bad.
that
Yeah,
also is
yeah.
impact
The
that
network is
next
really,
door, no
really, you
matter
know,
how the
it's
couch
really infringing on
progress to us, we
his
must not
submission, really.
question and
But well,
ask if that is what is appropriate. If Nigeria wasn't failing, I mean, failing its citizens and failing its neighbors and failing, I would guess the word nature. I don't think
Yeah, there's the network.
Yeah,
That network is bad.
network has he has really been kicked out of the speaker section. He's
I think that the
yeah,
internet has kicked Mr. Shore out.
yeah.
David, would you want to pick up on where he stopped?
He will not pick it up
Mm,
because he will we
I
want to
know.
disagree
So I really don't
by
want to go
default.
back and forth, but I guess it kind of sort of makes the point that we make about how it's important that the
Liberation chat, I can't really hear
really
what they are saying or at all.
learn
Like it's
collaboration.
very muffled.
Is that
Yeah.
same with you, the
Okay.
African wala?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me
So I'll
now?
be honest, I'm actually listening with
Yes,
my
we can
other
hear you.
ear
All right.
directly
I
on
was saying
X.
that
I'm not listening through the podcast.
So it's not clear from your side too.
Yeah,
It's
because that's
clear,
why I
but
didn't
it's a
go to
little bit
the.
blurry.
It's blurry. That's why I
It's
didn't go to the other side because I was
it's
hoping that it
blurry.
would be clear here, so there'll be no point going there. So
Just
really,
one
I've not
minute,
even been
please.
hearing what they've been
all
saying since
honesty, I
clearly.
am
Like I
not
have to really, really
even.
strain.
I've had
And then I was
conversations.
also
Is it
I
clear
know I'm
now?
also
having conversations, serious conversations that
hold on.
have
Let me
picked
quick.
up WhatsApp. Well,
Yeah, it's
it's all
clear.
it's all part of the general conversation we should be having.
Okay,
That at this point,
just 1 minute.
Nigeria should have its own WhatsApp just like China has it, just like probably Russia has it. But we have failed so
How about
badly
now?
that everything we are
Yeah, yeah.
is who we are not.
Yes, much
Is it
better.
That's
clear now?
one issue with
Yeah.
nobody can
Yes.
disagree with. To the
Okay,
point
okay,
that
okay. All right.
anything we could compare ourselves with, even when they are terribly bad, we celebrate it. And I hope you are still hearing me. You know,
Carry
Yes,
on,
I can.
can you
Overseer.
Yes,
still
we
Talk
hear
can.
to
me?
me.
Yes. We celebrate it. So we are people that I would describe analogically as people who live in a mansion. And the mansion is so badly managed that if anybody is living in a hut, we run to live in a hut because we are ashamed to be living in a mansion that doesn't function. And that's why I see where you see all this comparative analysis between Nigeria and several other smaller countries that typically should not feature in our conversation. I agree with that. But again, has it solved the issue of our originality? Do we still, is it still today a function of who you support from people who are not us? You're either for the East or the West. You're either for US or Russia or China, but there's still no African or Afrocentric solution or pride to our existence because there's nothing to hold on to, including how we manage our information or what information we control. So that is true about us, and that I agree with. But I disagree, and fundamentally that some of these countries around us who have military boy scouts as their leaders are the future is the future of what Africa should look up to. I disagree with that, and that's why I'm not part of those conversations. Thank you. I yield.
Liberation chat. Is it just me?
I can hear you.
Is it just me or they're not saying anything?
You say what?
Is it just me or nobody is speaking right now?
Nobody is speaking.
Okay,
Nobody is
okay,
speaking
okay.
right now. He has submitted really.
Okay,
So
okay, okay.
he's waiting for the host to really reply to.
Thank you as well.
Yeah.
Seems as though the host is having. In fact, the host has been kicked out of the. The co-host is now in the listener section. That is one thing about these X spaces. It's crazy.
Co-host Marian, I can't hear you.
Keep getting kicked
All right.
out. I don't know if everybody can hear me, but I've been going on and off. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. I'm so sorry. James, I want you to speak quickly before we go further. You carried out this research. You made the findings. What was the most shocking finding that you made in this research? And most importantly, what did you come away with? Because I mean, what we're all talking about is the same thing, that the average Nigerian young person is more online. We have that herd mentality, but why do we not have that same herd mentality that we have online, offline? James, go ahead. We're waiting to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. Sorry for the network. Yeah, basically, the other speakers have really expatiated what I wanted to say. But from the research was published in the International Journal of Sub-Saharan African Research. So basically, the most shocking thing was the fact that we see people like that pretend to be politically aware, that gives the impression that they know everything basically about their political system, about their political leaders, and they're truly ready for governance. But from the study, we discovered that most of them, one, they lack even basic knowledge of the political leaders. So we have young people from the study show that young people, which are mostly students, are students of tertiary institutions, and it's even baffling that we don't know their representatives at what level, at the government level, at the House of Assembly level, at the House of Representatives and Senate. The popular knowledge was for that of governor. Of course, maybe because we see them on TV most times and all of that. So that shows a kind of the knowledge gap, in the perception we see online that people are very active, people are really involved politically, but offline, they don't have good knowledge of the political leaders. And like you mentioned, another major finding was the fact that we have young people that have never participated, they've never voted, they've never participated in any protest, they've never participated in any political rally, they don't even belong to any political party. So majority of them don't. So I think but we can't discuss this in isolation, right? Like speakers have already said, a lot of factors are responsible for this. And one part is the fear of violence, fear of safety. Mr. Showe talked about how dangerous the political ecosystem is in Nigeria. So most young people, they are scared of their lives. Maybe during election, they are scared of going out to vote. They are scared of going out to participate in political rallies or protests. We are seeing what is happening. You gave it chance of Mr. Showe that was there. That's doing protests at National Assembly. That's just a typical example. So we know.
Uh, I think the internet has kicked James. It's taking turns to kick us all off. Let's come back.
See the Nigeria that they have
Trying to do a
created.
thing is right now.
Nigeria
It's
where
never too late.
people cannot
And
have access to a very smooth internet connection. And you can see how important
Oh,
Nigerian
can
even has.
everybody hear me? I was picked up also.
Imagine.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the internet continues to be supportive. It's on and off. Like I don't want to ascribe any. I don't want to ascribe any conspiracy to it, but I get this cloud when we're having serious conversations. So let's hope my fears are not true. But keep trying.
I don't want to say what I said yesterday. James, I think you're back. Quickly, let's hear you.
Yeah, so I don't know, I don't know where I stopped. I was just speaking, I didn't know you guys are not hearing me. So basically, I've mentioned the key points. So the major point established by the side that youth lack, they have limited political knowledge of their leaders, at state level, at local government level, at federal level. And most of them, they don't participate, they don't vote, they don't participate in protests,
So is
they
it
don't.
liberation chat?
And I also mentioned that
Yeah,
Liberation
I can
chat.
hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
let me comment. So many things I want to talk since, but
All right.
just
No
there
worries.
I did
Yeah,
occupied, but I go
proceed,
talk now.
proceed. Yeah, you can
Basketball,
talk. Yeah.
go on talk again. My guy, you see, like David Odeyin, who just come online to and stir up, different form of polarization in society. They will always exist. I mean, look at Irene Mokri. They will always exist. These people will always exist. But what I love is what I'm not even gonna, bother myself talking about then. I love what Ore said. We do not have any Afrocentric solution. We have not been able to come about our own Afrocentric political solution. That everything we are is what we are not. Do you hear the ideological sense with that? Analyzed Western or Eastern things. And everything we do, it boils back to this discussion when we're talking about ECOWAS and the new currency. And I'm laughing and I'm like, what are we talking about here? Talking about ECOWAS. Have we ever, as African people, really, and the African Wala said something. He said, if they want to rape your mother and someone is there, that you have to fight back. And that's the way they are raping Mama Africa right now. That's the way our mother Africa is being violated by all these Western things that we always want to put, that we always want to be like, that we always want to succumb to. That we always just cannot help ourselves but trying out. But look at the so-called best of us. When it comes to organizing amongst ourselves, we always want to choose that bourgeois politics first. We want to entertain the system first. We don't want to organize ourselves. We don't want to be responsible to do the work by ourselves. And whenever we gather ourselves and say that we are trying to do the work ourselves, look at it, what are we doing? It is always something tied to benefiting the person who is oppressing them. People pack themselves now, they are supporting ADC. Who is ADC? The same architects, the same people who are architects of your suffering. But on a pack on ourselves, they and I say that's what the people want. People want to suffer, really. Why are people complaining? And if you check the major supporters of these people, it's not even the clueless ones, because there are a lot of people in Nigeria who really, unfortunately, because of how poverty has been weaponized, they have been subjected to a form of consistent manipulation.
I beg, Adege, please, just 1 minute, please. Sorry.
Reclaiming our narrative, first of all, which is the first step of the road
David
to
is
changing the
speaking right now.
narrative.
David Ondei.
Again, I don't
It's a
need to go
live
back and forth
broadcast
on this,
anyway.
but
It's
I
a
think it's
live
important
broadcast
that I
by
address this
Nigerian
because
Info
so I
99.3.
mentioned Burkina Faso as a case in point regarding how a neighbor of ours that we sort of share some similarities with, how they reclaim their narrative, not necessarily as a model for how we should reclaim ours, but just it's worth studying. And the response that came to that, basically half of the response was dedicated to discrediting Burkina Faso with an insult thrown in for good measure, describing the leaders as what was the term again? Boy Scouts. And I think it's important that this is addressed because again it goes back to what I said about how the information space is owned by certain people. Because when you then examine who is probably incentivized in some way, shape, or form to describe certain people in certain language and who is not. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work this out. So, I mean, I'll leave the audience to draw their own conclusion. But I just thought it was important to spotlight that information is always poison. Information is not objective, right? All information has an agenda. So, whatever you're hearing, feel free to sift through it. Feel free to look at where that information is being colored from, who signed what funding agreement, where is the money coming from, and then you don't take a genius to work out what the purpose of such a specific comment would be. Now, going on to what you said about how to reclaim the narrative, I will still use the Sahel as a case in point. Simple reason being that
Seems as though
before
the
you
Sahel
talk
region
about
is now
China or
the
Vietnam or any of these
the lover
Singapore,
boy
any of
of
far flung
David Ondei now.
examples, I think we should start with that. Change the
I mean,
narrative.
the lover
Okay.
girl. I mean,
And I think
I
here in
want to
West
put them
Africa,
the love the
where
soulmate
up until very, very
of David
recently
Ondei
we
now is the
shared
Sahel region.
very similar particular political target group.
Until something
Examine
happens
how
and
the
they have
leadership
to
of
really
global
demonize
powers
them
were able to break
as
out
you
of that
usually do,
existing status quo.
jumping from one agenda to the
There's no
other.
way you can say that you're honestly trying to examine how to break out of the political status quo. You have one of the world's biggest examples next to you, and you say that no,
David
you're not
today
going to
talking about
use
being
that as a
against
case in
status
point. You're
quo.
not going to stop
Ah,
it. You're not going to acknowledge it.
really?
That's intellectually dishonest. You have to stop it.
Hmm.
Right. So I mentioned earlier that this, um, whether or not you approve of the governance in Sahel, the revolutionary process, or what they think of as the revolutionary process, began as a mass movement in 2014. We've had mass movements at the beginnings of mass movements in Nigeria. So you would then have to ask, why did one mass movement go in that direction, and why did ours not go in that direction? Uh, Again, the point of this is not to put anyone on the spot or to go back and forth in any way, but when you examine the decisions that were made by our contemporaries in Sahel versus the decisions that were made, for example, in 2020 or in 2024, again, you can start seeing where there were certain differences. Where, for example, the what became the revolution that toppled the Campari in 2014 didn't necessarily start off as with the intention of toppling the Campari. It was basically a protest against the guy trying to extend to stay in power after 27 years. So it just started off as a street protest. Then, as usual, he sent the military after the protesters. The military actually killed, I believe, more than 24 protesters. There's actually a monument to that in Ouagadougou now. And after killing the protesters, the people didn't back down. They didn't go back indoors. And it kind of galvanized them even further. And then the situation rapidly spiraled out of control. And eventually, the military decided that either we're going to end up going to war with the entire youth of this country, or we're going to have to tell this guy to leave because apparently that's what everybody wants now. And that's when the Campari was forced to abdicate. I can draw a parallel from that, or a negative parallel to something we observed in 2020, when what started off as a protest against police brutality, again, a protest against a specific thing which had the potential to become something bigger. And instead, what happened was very, very quickly in Nigeria, the protest, what started off as an organic protest, was then given the it was very rapidly personalized and captured and given coloration by multiple actors who represented multiple interest groups. So almost as soon as it began, almost as soon as it hit Lagos, which is very crucial, the largest city in the country, it kind of became something else entirely. Took on the different characterization to what it started off as. So if you recall, when the narrative of the protest started changing from just NSAS to stuff like Buhari must go, which was similar to what happened in Kenya, where it started off as finance with protest and became Ruto must go. You will notice that almost as soon as that happened, certain people jumped in, these sort of self-anointed voices of moderation, voices of wisdom, whatever, protest veterans, whatever you call them. I started telling you that no, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to express this opinion or this position. And for some reason, people generally complied with that. And from
Really?
that moment, it seemed as if it baseline has been said that even if you are carrying out your constitutional rights to say absolutely whatever the hell you want and to express your political beliefs about what is supposed to be an elected government, that there's somehow some sort of red line that you're not allowed to cross. Or somehow if you do that, you're doing something wrong. And from the moment that that narrative was allowed to fly, certain people were then able to sort of narratively take control even further. And then the whole thing got deflected and, ended up in the cul-de-sac, didn't really go anywhere, and, the rest is history. So, drawing a parallel
Ah,
from that versus
David
what
Dey know
happened
how
in
to
Sahel,
rewrite history
I
very
would say
well.
the
Oh.
first thing is that
He is really an expert
when
in
the Sahelians
rewriting history.
decided to stage a mass
Mm.
movement, for whatever reason, maybe it's cultural reasons, maybe it's linguistic, I'm not entirely sure, but for whatever reason, they were able to completely sidestep that pitfall for having certain
He's
strong
an expert
personalities
in rewriting
take
history,
over
really.
an
And I hope he
organic
gets the kind of
movement and
response that
turn
he
it
deserves
into
from
some other
Shore, really.
political platform. They were able to completely avoid that. So that's something to take away from that in regards to retaining our narrative. The second thing is, um, again, also borrowing from our neighbors in the Sahel, um, something that they have been, of recent, they have been very successful at doing is understanding that foreign media is not just a potential attack vector, or it's not just potentially hostile. The foreign media is basically an active, it's an active war deployment in your country. That
Exactly.
foreign media exists to serve two purposes primarily in your country. It serves to deliver a narrative of your country to the outside world that may or may not be true, and that definitely doesn't work in your interest. And foreign media also exists to exert political influence within your country. So in the Sahel, for example, RFI, which is Radio France
Exactly.
International,
Exactly.
it was basically preserved because the BBC outfit was found by this particular radio station across those three countries. And for decades, using RFI, the political status quo was able to be maintained. As soon as the AES became a thing, one of the first things they did was that they kicked out RFI, they kicked out a popular French TV station called, uh, forget the name,
France
legendary
24.
popular French publications, Jeunesse Afrique, um,
I don't know if I'm the
Le
only one
Monde,
seeing this
all these
whole false
things that were
parallel
being
that
used to
David is
maintain
drawing
the
here, really.
international status quo in the Sahel. They kicked all of them out.
So,
The intention
on, although his response is not really correlating to the initial submissions, but I have to agree with this part where, as societies, we need to be in control of our media. Because if we rely on foreign media to help us dispel information, then we will continue in our vulnerable trajectory.
Yes,
I
but
just
in the
wanted
case
to
of the
put that.
Sahel, in the case of the Sahel region, that was done using the military. Actually were the one that stepped in, really, and it was quite very much easier for them to really pull that feat. But in our own circumstance, it's a different ballgame entirely. That's why I'm actually saying that. Well, it seems as though this guy is drawing a different parallel. We all know that our media is susceptible or perhaps vulnerable to foreign interest, foreign narrative. Even indigenous interest and narrative is factored into how they present their news, how they feed people information, and it's the reason why platforms
Mm,
like Civic Space is established, really. But I am trying
yeah,
to look at how we are going to draw parallel with the Sahel region and of course the Nigerian situation, and it's trying to draw that parallel. And he has even misrepresented the whole NSAS situation and draw try to jab Shore in some way, but I believe Shore would try to respond to that.
respond. Yeah.
My co-host, and you can hear me, I'll make my contributions. Mariam, can you hear me? Okay. I think Nigerian folks saying they can hear me now, but Mariam apparently they kicked off again. And I have to state this. I'm happy, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart that we're having this conversation. And these are some of the most important conversations. This is what the Parliament of Africans should be,
Hmm.
to discuss African issues from the point of view of Africans and how African problems can be solved. But nothing in having this conversation should detract from the fact that Africans or anyone should have the right to state what they feel about African leaders, whether it's the one you love or you don't like. Uh, I happen not to be a person who have a favorite African leader, right? It is because when I was in university, I listened to Fela and I got close to Fela Kuti. And there was a time Fela was praising Idi Amin, that of Uganda, and
there was this feeling that anybody who was a strong man on the continent of Africa could pick up anything that against the West is naturally a good leader. When I travel to the US recently, you can't talk anything bad about Mugabe or some of the people that they have adopted as their
Hmm.
um, heroes or messiahs on the continent of
This is a
Africa
part of
because they
Fela
don't
that
have
I'm
the
not really
charismatic
aware
or
of. Really, this
Western
is
leaders.
a huge
That's
revelation,
not to say
a learning curve for me.
that
Really.
because you feel bad about Western leaders or you say things bad about Western leaders, automatically become a hero. That is not my way
Hmm.
of looking at
Hmm.
Africa, and that's why I do not have any issue with talking about military dictatorship on the continent of Africa, whether they happen in Burkina Faso and it's benevolent dictatorship, or they happen in Mali, or they happen in Chad, or they happen
Hmm.
in Guinea, wherever they might pop up their head. I am of the opinion that as an African, you should be able to freely express yourself on your home soil
Hmm.
and not have your head chopped off, whether by a military dictator or by a traditional ruler. And
Hmm.
there's a part of me, and David, you know this about me because we've communicated before, that I appreciate about how you feel about things. But there are things I disagree with
Hmm.
how you
Very good.
portray
It's,
your understanding of African culture. And that
it's
might
about to go
be
down.
either that is limited to what you understand, or it is
Eh,
that you want to carve a niche for yourself, in which it might be that you just saying some of these things, or it might be genuinely how you feel about how people have operated on the continent, how media has operated, But what I do not stay away from is we must have hard conversations
yes,
about
absolutely.
how our country, Nigeria, must be, or the continent of Africa must be governed.
I know.
And
I know
anybody who
Shore
says to
would
me
not
that should
mince
not have
words
an
and he would
opinion
not stop, he would not be deterred
about
by calling names.
how I see Africa is not somebody that I can have an agreement with on all issues. Or that I cannot say that, look, I don't agree with a military dictator in Burkina Faso or an electoral candidate in Nigeria. I do not agree with that. That's just how we're wired. And I think we're probably wired the same way, but on the opposite. But with some of the issues we're discussing or we're discussing that we're on the same page. We're on the same page about control of information. We're on the same page about who Africa may. Okay, let me retract. We may not be, so that you don't say that I'm patronizing anyone. I'm not patronizing you. But my position is that Africans must define their own paths.
Hmm.
Africans must have serious conversation about their leader. Africans must have conversation about their culture and what they accept and what they don't accept. And that it should not be a crime for an African, a fellow African, to have a position that is divergent from your own. That should
I
not be a
agree.
crime. But if it is a crime, you are entitled to hold it against those Africans. What I'm saying is that Nigeria as a country on this continent has failed its people. It has failed the continent. It has failed its neighbors.
Hmm.
And as a result, it is easier for anybody who wants to use Nigeria to sell its narrative, to control the narrative on the African continent or whichever geographical region on the continent to do whatever it wants. It is also true, in my view, that every country outside of Africa or within Africa who has obtained power, control, and has every other diplomatic, political, or even controls on NGOs would exert their influence for their own personal interest. What is absent in this conversation is that we don't have an Africa in which Africans have control over information. Africans have control over their economy. Africa has control over their currency.
Hmm.
Africa has control over even integration. It is more difficult for you and I, me in particular, I don't know the rest of you, to travel between Nigeria and Benin Republic than it is for me to enter Europe, and as soon as I enter Europe, get on the plane and on the train and travel between 10 or more European countries in 10 days because Africa is lacking in integration.
So I'm saying, as Pan Africans, we must have this hard conversation. But in having a hard conversation, we must not fail, and I mean fail, to accept that there's no one way
Our
to solve the
circumstances
problems of
vary.
Africa. But most importantly,
Now
that
the thing we are one about
everybody
talk with
cannot sleep
this.
and put their head in the same place.
Yes,
And
that is it. Our circumstance
maybe
and
it's
situation
based on my
is
experience
very, very
that
different.
military dictators, no
You
matter
see,
how fine,
my
no
good
matter
brother, Liberation.
the
Yeah.
peaceful goals
Shore
of
is breaking this thing down perfectly. He's saying exactly what needs to be said. You see,
Yes.
I don't like David personally. I don't like that guy because he's a liar in some ways. He has said a lot of truths, but he's an absolute liar. The moment he called Shore a CIA agent, I lost all respect for him.
And
However,
I believe Shure
I
will call
actually
that
agree
out
with some
today.
things.
Out today.
Was that?
I said I
So?
want to believe Shure will call that out. That false accusation, he will call that out today in this conversation. I really believe it will get there. Please
And
proceed.
honestly,
Yeah.
for me,
Another
David
thing
has to
is,
apologize. For someone like me,
he doesn't even
David
have to
has to
apologize,
be,
really.
he has to humble himself and apologize. Maybe just put out a Twitter message. If you don't want to apologize on the live, whatever, I would respect that. But for now, even though I don't really respect the guy, I agree with some things that he said, about that communication thing that we need to be in control of our communication.
Yes,
I agree
yes,
with it.
yes, yes.
But also at
Absolutely.
the same time, we can't draw a parallel between us and Burkina. We are completely different. We are different structurally. What was
Yes,
implemented in Burkina cannot be implemented in Nigeria. No.
yes.
The Nigerian military take over Nigeria, bro. We are done for. We are
We
worse
are
than
we
the
are we are
politicians.
in big trouble, bro.
Yes, sir. That's my contribution.
Absolutely. Adege, you want to chip in something with you just briefly before we return back to the broadcast? Adege, are you there? Okay, all right. Adege has maybe I believe that's network really.
and what happened after NSAS?
Ehen.
The NSAS sponsors decided that the persons who did participate in NSAS were the candidates for the election. I'm
Mhm.
not having a sense of entitlement, but that was what we went through in this country.
Yes.
And it doesn't look good to me. It doesn't make sense. And it's not logical that we fought that battle, we were close to the revolution. People pulled us back and we keep respecting them. But that wasn't your position a few years ago.
Thank you.
And if you have this
I
position
I,
now,
I
like
like
I
this
said, I
man.
respect it.
He's not an
But
hypocrite and he will
must
not
keep
pretend
having
about
a
stuff.
conversation and fine tuning our position on how we take Africa's narrative, not from the point of the narrative as the African rising narrative, because I know that's what has become the case and what you're talking about, but from a very honest conversation about what we want Africa to be. Even if what you and I, and like I said, I don't want this conversation to delve into a position where my recording is put out and said I'm patronizing you. No, I'm not patronizing you. If all we feel is that our African rising position may not be palatable to everybody, but it must be that Africa must define itself, find its feet,
Hmm.
and be itself.
Hmm.
That is where I stand, and it's where I want more young people to be at. But it is difficult because, well, again, being young is not a political constituency. It's
Hmm.
just a demographic.
Yeah.
So you can be a young good person, you can be a young bad person, you can be a young intellect, and you can be a very young ignorant person.
Yes.
And social
Absolutely.
media maybe may not make it look like that because it lionizes young, vibrant, but not necessarily young ideological person.
Hmm.
And I would say finally that being ideological is not also a license to be a great person or a good person who knows it all, but who knows it all. We must all be listening to ourselves, understand what needs to be done. Are we helpless? I think part of why this conversation is complicated is because there's a lot of helplessness because there's just too few people who are willing to take
Hmm.
all the risks that needs to take
Hmm.
Africa to where we say is
Absolutely.
greatness. Well, maybe we should not use the word Africa, but our individual countries
Hmm.
to where we feel is real greatness. So I yield at this point.
And I think yes, we have just few people willing to take the risk in our own in our own kind of circumstance, and that is what makes our own circumstance, different from the Sahel region or perhaps every other places where revolution has taken place in the last 5 years. Because the overwhelming majority of the people who are willing to take the risk, but in Nigeria, just a handful, a very microscopic few of the people are willing to take the risk. What do you think, African Wala? Before we move back
I
to the
mean, it's
broadcast.
part of it is that the Nigerians, a lot of our people no longer have any form of patriotism.
Yes,
So for that
yes, absolutely,
reason, we yeah,
absolutely.
like I always say this
We
that
don't have that
sometimes
attachment, that sense of ownership.
we,
No,
we no
day
longer
again.
have that attachment. Yeah, everybody is just out there trying to
Nobody won't
get
die for
what
the
they want
country.
for themselves.
Mm,
Exactly, exactly. And
mm,
because of that, we've now had a culture where a lot more people will not participate in a political movement
mm,
or in a
mm,
revolutionary movement. Yeah.
mm, mm. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's return back to the broadcast, shall we? Seems as though the host is having a network issue. Really, the no communication again.
Maybe they've kicked out the host.
Get us take view. They really get us take view.
It's a very interesting conversation, to be honest. Like,
Very,
you know,
very, very, very
I
interesting
respect
conversation.
Ore for taking this kind of conversation. That just shows his maturity. I remember on his birthday, he said that he likes people that criticizes him, and this is part of it. This shows that he's willing. He has the characters of a leader. A leader
Mm,
is someone that has the emotional intelligence to deal with critics.
mm,
You can deal with praisers, you can deal with critics, and you
mm,
can also caution people not to praise you too much, right?
mm,
And you allow
mm,
people the free will to criticize. And I have to also
mm,
agree with you in a major point. You see, as much as I love the revolution going on in the Sahel, as much as I love it, a part of me is still against any crushing of dissenting voice. If anybody has anything to say against the government in those three countries, and it's from a genuine standpoint, they should not be suppressed. They should have a right to express themselves. But one thing about military leadership is it does not provide that right for people to have dissenting voices.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. It seems as though the concern about freedom of expression is still very, very much you know a thing, really. You know, and of
Yeah.
course, that is actually characteristics of many military juntas. Really, there is no really freedom of expression, uh, and of course, that is quite concerning. And of course also this whole you know we should not really normalize military rulership. Basically, I don't think we should normalize it. I think it's supposed to be like a tool that will allow us to press that reset button, really, and just things return back to normalcy. But it seems as though it is the normal itself. It has now become the normal, the new normal, which indeed should not be the case. But at least with with their own circumstance, I wouldn't also. I'll be very careful not to condemn, or perhaps to really see anything wrong, all right, in what they have done in their own country, in their own circumstance. That might be the necessary thing to do, and of course, it might also be necessary for them to have some moments of healing. All
It's
right.
bringing out. I
Yeah,
hope you
I
guys
think
all
we are
hear me now.
connected
Please,
back
if you want to
to
speak quickly,
the broadcast.
just request, and when you are picked to speak, please go ahead and speak because of time. We're just going to devote about 10 minutes to this and then we'll wrap it up because we have shot beyond the time that we're supposed to be having this conversation. Please, if you want to speak, kindly request to speak so that we can let you speak. If you want to comment, you want to ask
So
a
I think they have
question,
thrown the whole thing
simply
open to
let's
the
do this.
public now. I think
Thank you very
that
much.
there's not enough time for the speakers,
Um,
really. I would have loved to
just
hear more
request to
from the
speak and then
panelists,
we'll let
from
you speak.
Shore and
By the way, for those
David
who do
Udain.
not know, we bring these spaces to you every Thursday on the Nigeria Info FM platform where we have the kind of conversations that you are having already on your breakfast table, you're having it at your workspaces, even in beer parlors. We bring those conversations here because it affects all of us, and these are
Interesting.
conversations that will help educate us, put us on the right path to getting what we want to get in terms of good governance, and of course participating uh, at levels that we should be participating as opposed to just being social media,
Mm.
you know, influencers, for the want of a better way to describe it. We would like for those who want to speak, who want to comment, to please raise their hands and ask questions or comment. Share with us quickly before we wrap things up here. Once again, I want to thank James, who is a journalist who came up with this research and helped us to have this conversation. Thank you to David Hungain, Mr. Moyle Shoren, who joined us in this conversation. You guys have been so gracious to us to be part of this conversation. I see lots of interesting people here. Please, if you have a question, you've got a comment, feel free to request and then we will let you comment. Go ahead, guys. I hope that everyone can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I'm going to accept some of the requests now. Please, when we accept your request, go straight to speaking. Eugene, you are up. Eugene, the mic is yours. Go ahead and tell us what you want to say quickly. You have 60 seconds. After UG, we'll take a pity me. So UG, go ahead now and speak. We'll take a pity me right after
Wow, if
UG.
it's a me, has found his way into the speaker section. Interesting. This is gonna be interesting. Really. Why is everybody not
UG,
able
can you
to
hear me,
speak? I think
or
this is a
you're
problem with
unable to speak? Is it
X
your
or
connection?
perhaps with spaces that made me really want to read. That actually made us abandon Twitter spaces. So it's very, very frustrating. And of course, this is an account with over 1 million followers, really.
UG, go ahead
And
and speak
having
if you can
to
hear me. Thank
subject
you.
your listeners to this kind of torture is really crazy, really. It makes conversation, it derails or perhaps dilutes conversation, the momentum of conversation. When you have technical issues to deal with networks, with Twitter, the host has been the co-host has been kicked out already now, and there's no host really. There's, I believe the host is using the Nigerian info as a well, as it is now, the host cannot say anything, and the co-host that is anchoring the program is
Provost, I
out of the
think I
place.
can speak. I don't know if
Yes,
anyone is
Epitome should
listening
really
or
proceed
hearing.
here.
I think it's not just our network personally, I think it's X itself. X has developed some form something that has happened for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to make my own submission on the topic that we have been discussing and I've been listening. Yeah, I'll be
Please
speaking
realize
from the
that
angle of
you
students.
guys kept studying.
Wow, David has left. David has
Provost,
left,
can you hear me?
and I would have
Yes,
loved him
Ebitini,
to
go ahead,
really
please.
respond. Really.
Okay. Uh, I said I'm speaking from an angle of a student in university. So we as students in university, we are bound to learn from what we are taught here in school, and we have what we call like the
Hmm.
student union.
Hmm.
Yes, from my own personal observation
Really.
and my own experience, the student union is usually controlled by our vice chancellor, that
The
is
student
our
union are
university
use
staff.
the current student
So
union
they
system
decide the kind of people
has been
who
cornered to a tight corner
the
by this by the
presidents or student
establishments. Really,
leaders. And
it's under the control
if
of the
maybe there's a
government.
student who has much popularity
Exactly. It's supposed to be an independent body
because
to a large
Yes,
extent,
on the same
absolutely.
political
It's
track,
supposed to be
but
political
independent
track
on its own, but
is
it is
a
no
yep.
political
longer
movement that
like
aligns
that.
with the one
You
Everything
see, just like
has been
Ibitimi said earlier, he said it's now controlled by the, that's how the
absolutely,
chain of command goes. So,
absolutely, absolutely,
so APC actually has
absolutely.
a statement wing in my university. PDP has it.
Hmm,
ADC too. They just started. So
hmm. Imagine.
these political parties work together with the school authorities,
Hmm,
and all these things are used in like controlling what the students do or what the students want to stand for or say. So Nigeria, for a very long time, young people like myself, we have lost hope that Nigeria is ever going to be better. Basically, like myself, I'm part of the Take It Back movement, and I consciously joined that movement because I realized that what Nigeria actually needs is a revolution or a popular uprising, basically because the system of governance that we are practicing does not serve the people at all.
Hmm,
It only serves those in power. And countless times, we as young people, we have come out there in our own little way to show our political interest or our own political statement, but the government has used brutal means,
hmm,
like very brutal means, in silencing us. So students have protests sometimes. Like in my university, there were two protests last year, and it was students who were protesting, but the police was involved. The police came there and tear gassed. So it makes it difficult for students to want to get involved again. And our parents at home to always advise us to stay away from politics, basically.
hmm.
Our parents at home, they they
And
advise us to
this
stay
is
away
this
from
is this is
politics.
quite interesting. This is in fact that is why I said our issue in Nigeria you see it will be a scandal if we begin to compare the kind of mentality we have in Nigeria with the people in Sahel region, or perhaps with the Burkina Faso people. We cannot compare society that have you can see what Ibitimi is saying. That is, and I can also relate to it. My parents, the kind of pressure I still have from my mother, that I'm taking up this kind of job, because it's a job, a people's job, oriented to the people and giving people when I'm angry I speak very fast. Giving people orientation is, do you know the kind of planning that goes into live streams on a daily basis? And I do it every day. And my mommy see this on Facebook. He sees all our videos, all our live stream, everything. She's worried. She calls me almost on a daily. She still call me today. Máa rọra pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn o, máa rọra o. And the kind of fear, and I have to deprogram myself from that fear that has been installed in me from childhood. And this is a typical indoctrination of the Nigerian youth. Their parents have indoctrinated them not to even see challenging the authorities or perhaps patriotism. None of it. So we now want to compare ourselves with people that have history of resistance, like Burkina Faso, that they have history of Thomas Sankara situation as early as how many years ago, and in the early 80s. They have already have history of resistance. All of these other guys also have history of resistance. Their military is ideological. The kind of uselessness that we have in this Nigeria is a different ballgame entirely. The systems, how people are being indoctrinated, how the kind of mental infiltration of fear into the minds of people, and that has been done for decades. So our approach have to be different. Our approach will not be the same with that, and of course it will be scandalous for anybody to now begin to draw parallel between us and those in the Sahel region. To be very, very wrong parallel to really draw, really, because our circumstance, our situation, the kind of indoctrination that
To
has happened is really, really
our
different, really.
morality. Yeah. most Nigerian youths, we worship and we glorify ignorance. The most ignorant person, or the most, like, I understand what comedy is. I know when someone is cracking a joke, and I know when someone is just completely being foolish. Yeah, people crack jokes, and at the end of the day, they still pass a very deep message. Just like there's this guy from the old times, Chapman, Charlie
You
Chapman.
need to you need to wrap up, please, so that we can take other people quickly, please.
Okay, so I say Charlie Chapman. Charlie Chapman was a comedian, and he also made some political.
I would have really loved if Obitimi has really addressed David Unden's rewriting of history. I would have really and I've been requesting from Mike too, but
I
they are
suggest that
not.
we
I believe a lot of people are requesting
it's
from
already
Mike.
on.
This
It's
is a
already going on right
this is a
now.
program of over
So
600
I will
people
urge
listening
anyone
already,
Nigeria not
and
to.
for the most part, the
So
host has been
the
battling,
problem with Nigeria is
with
look for a
network.
way and
You know,
join a revolutionary movement, because Nigeria needs a revolution. Please stop.
yeah, I think I really love where he landed. Preferred solution, and again, the host is having connection issues again. I just want to believe they will pick up my own request. Really, I want to believe so. I'll be more than happy to really speak on this broadcast. Really, I'll be more than happy if they can pick up. And of course, it has been an interesting program, really. And the topic is online advocacy versus offline political participation among Nigerian youth. Online advocacy versus offline political participation. All right. I am a youth, and I do participate in both online and offline political participation. I'm a member of a party, the African Action Congress, and I believe, and with the kind of orientation that I grew up with, hmm, and that's why I can put myself in the shoe of the Nigerian youth. All right, it will take a lot of this kind of political education. That is why we are investing our time into it. That's why I have huge respect for people like the African Wahala, Adeige, Shinwa Ilara, Ohaihe, all these other fantastic souls who have invested their time in educating our youth. This kind of content needs to grow viral. We have to have a very huge community such that we can really, create that onboarding process and help deprogram our youth. Where can we find them? Online. Go meet them in their homes. You cannot have their audience. They are very much glued to their phone. If you want to catch a fish, the best place to catch a fish is in the river. All right, it's in the river. Unless you want to catch a fish and you go into this savannah, you go to you cannot catch any fish in the savannah. You only catch fish in the stream, in the river, in water bodies. Where can you really welcome or deprogram the Nigerian youth? Online. Where can you see them? Online. Where is the best place where you can actually, make them join or perhaps come across your content? You can imagine a Nigerian youth strolling through TikTok as we are on TikTok right now. We are on TikTok. All right, the camera cannot capture it. We are on TikTok right now, and of course, many people have strolled in just by the algorithm pushing our content to them. They'll see the content and just spending 10 seconds, they are attracted by what they hear, and by that attraction, you can sow seeds of what they need to do to emancipate themselves into them. Really, all right, yeah. You see, space and I believe it's not the internet really because Nigerian info should I believe they have one of the best internet infrastructure because I have been there once. All right, they have multiple dumbbells or multiple Wi-Fi or router, all
To
right,
be
in
sure that you guys
different
can hear me,
networks really.
because I don't know what's happening.
But
I
X
don't know if
is
the
a
internet
problem.
Yeah,
out.
you keep
X
going
is a
off and
problem,
coming on again.
especially
Okay,
Talking
with
well,
about
I'm waiting for Black
Twitter
Jesus.
space
Black
or
Jesus,
X
please, can you speak
spaces.
so we can wrap up? I think the internet has
You
been
know,
very affected.
X
Instability.
spaces has been terrible, terrible. And of course, I have been complaining about this. It seems as though now because it's a small
I
account,
think Black Jesus is
this is
actually
an account
here with his
of over a
voice.
million. I'm really sad I was not given the opportunity to speak on this
Yeah,
platform.
I don't think you either. Well, on that note, guys, I want to say thank you to everyone who joined
This
us
is
on this space. We
600
if you could
people
take
really,
as many comments as possible.
tuned
Unfortunately,
in.
it looks
You
like
know,
the internet is
Shore has also
covering
left,
everybody. But thank you
but
to
it is
all our
what it is. Well, yeah.
speakers. Thank you to Amanda Show and to James, who did the research, to David Hunde. Thank you to you all who participated, and I hope that you've taken something from this conversation. And you can also have these conversations in your
Yeah,
small
David
spaces
Today
and
is an
spread the
hypocrite.
gospel
That's
of
why I took away
not
from
sitting
the
on our hands,
conversation.
but being part of
And a
also.
very professional
My
writer
name is
of,
Marianne Okon on behalf
or
of my
the
friend
writer of
Info
history.
99.3 Lagos. Thank you for being here. We'll be back here next week, Thursday. And we're going to be talking about these movements that politicians have put together with young people fronting for them. We have the Village Boys movement and the City Boys movement. And if you are able
It's
to
all
give
loads
us
of nonsense.
representatives of these groups to join the conversation next week, Thursday, we'll be very appreciative. Feel free to DM me with any information that you have. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of the conversation tonight.
I just hope
Have a good
that
night.
this person, I'll be able to send some message to him to be able to represent the People's Boy movement, uh, the People's Boys movement. And I believe those who know People's Boy really, you know, we don't want any city boy, neither do we want any village boy. And of course, the denigration of city and village by these people is quite scandalous. You know, there's nobody that have a good orientation of what a city looks like that would have that will have the opportunity to be a governor of a city for 8 years, and the place is still a shadow of itself. The place is just like a a an unequal, very biased kind of development. You go to a part of the place, it looks like Los Angeles. You go to a part of it, it looks like somewhere straight from 1960. And you wanna have a majority of that straight from the 1960 kind of situation. In Ikeja, there's still a mud house in Ikeja. As I'm talking to you today, there's still a mud house in the capital of Lagos State. Capital is the capital of Lagos. There's still a mud house, something straight
Center
out
of
of the
excellence.
1940s. In the center of it, I see anyone who wants to really challenge me to this would have to tell me, just DM me that you want to take up this challenge. That I am lying, and you have to come up with a reward to it because I don't want to waste my time. Go and make your research. I am done with trying to prove to people that are not, they don't want to learn. I really want serious people. And if you think you want to prove me wrong, you have to be able to, fund that adventure. All right. If you think I am wrong, all right, that there's not such a thing as a mud house in Ikeja, come and challenge me. All right. And we are going to go live. Live. There's no, so that you not be accusing me of doing a high video. Because if I go and record this now, you might say it's a high. It's a high. We are going to go live. Live. All right. And I'm going to show you where I mud house in 2026 in a state that is governed by someone who is called a city boy for 8 years. What city? What, even the cream of the crop of the development that he did in Ekwa Atlantic, celebrities are complaining that in that Ekwa Atlantic there is no access to clean water. They still have to buy bottled waters. They use bottled water take bath in Ekwa Atlantic City. They use bottled water to bath. You have to buy about 10 packs of bottled water if you want to bath in the
Comrade,
cream of
I'll
of
give you a better
areas
one.
where you say you
Let me
build.
give you a
Please
better one.
proceed. Yeah, please proceed. Yeah,
On
Shawala.
Bordelon, on Bordelon Street or Avenue, whatever it's called,
Yeah.
in Ikoyi,
Yes.
where the so-called city boy developed and he rescued Lagos from the Atlantic
Mm,
Ocean. He's a
mm,
superhero. On
mm.
Bordelon, if you walk around the streets of Bordelon, the place is stinking. And it's stinking because the drainages are clogged. The drainages are blocked with pure water.
Yes.
Open drainages,
Yes.
they are not covered. You go to some parts of
Absolutely.
Bordelon, the drainages are opened and they are filled with pure water sachets.
Mm.
So let them just go and rest. They don't know anything about city
They
building,
don't know how a
nation
city should
building.
look like. They have no
They have
idea.
no clue about nothing. They are useless.
The whole city boy is a smoke screen. Like the African wahala is a smoke screen. All right, and the one that all of the village boys people, village boys, and even is a disrespect to what wow a village is a countryside kind of interland kind of situation, and this is a vintage situation. If you are looking at the village should show you, you know, a relic of how things were in the past. And of course, things in the past doesn't necessarily have to be something that is an eyesore. But what you are looking at, even in the movement of those that call themselves city boys, all right,
Hmm.
is something straight, so nothing as close as how even a village should look like in some areas that their elites are not really, the kind of elites we have in Nigeria. In a village setting, they are so sanitary there. Sanitary condition, a community, all right, where elders, you know, assemble children at night in a sanitary environment, all right, where there's a whole structure, a very civil. There is a disservice for anybody to picture village as an uncivilized place. No, a very, very warped, you know, orientation about village. But this person, you know, who is actually the head of the village boy movement now, you know, the whole place is a mess. Where they call main market in Anambra, I wouldn't believe that any governor that has a taste for quality would call that a main market. A main market, that is crazy. And of course,
Are they not even
that is
ashamed to be
they,
pursuing people from those
shame
kind of
no dey for
places?
their shame no dey for their
You know,
dictionary. Really.
because they have no shame. You see, these guys, and another reason why they should not be forgiven is that every last one of them has traveled around the world. They've seen how it is done in other parts of the world. They've seen how main markets look. They've seen how construction is done, right? Even in Nigeria, they replicated it in the early 80s, in the late 80s. In Abuja, the way they built the phase one of Abuja, they
Mm,
replicated global standard. But right now, if you go there, it has all decayed. It has all
mm,
decomposed. That global
mm,
standard that they built, if you look at the first phase of Abuja from Wose, Gariki, Asokoro, Maitama, in fact, if you go to the second phase of Otako, Jabi, they still followed international standard of building societies. Why should we still be having open drainages where people can dump pure water nylon? You leave the drainages open because you are lazy, you refuse to cover the drainages for a proper futuristic system in a city, then you impoverish the people so that all they can afford is sachet water, and then you refuse to provide public receptacles so that they can throw away their garbage in. You refuse to do anything. You refuse to develop a culture of recycling. All those pure water bags, if people had been throwing them in designated receptacles, we could have been converting that into other useful products. From pure water sachet, we can be making, in fact, we can even make materials that they used to build roads, that they used to build buildings. Because a lot of these buildings these days, they have plastic incorporated into the material. But we refuse to do anything. These idiots that have been in power from all levels of government, federal, state, they've all traveled around the world. They've been to Asia, they've been to America, they've been to Southern Africa, they've been to Europe. They see how it's done, but they refuse to bring that development back home because if they bring that development, it makes us equal to them. We, the regular people, we have some sort of power. We are no longer slaves to them. And they don't want that. They want us to remain enslaved. And this is another reason why we need to chase them all away at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot say it any better than that. So what we want to believe that our people, and of course, people that have said well, they want to come up with the people's movement, the city boy movement, village boy movement. What we I think the people's boy movement is a very welcome development because what we want now is someone that can represent the people, not someone that can represent a concept, a material concept. No, village or city. It's a very weak, it's a very weak, you know, movement in both sides. But you now begin to ask the quality of Nigerians who are in this movement, and it tells you all you need to know about the level of orientation that needs to be done and how far we are. How far we are so far behind. Our the level of our consciousness in Nigeria. That's why we some of us we really laugh at people like David Udein. Really, we really look at them and we smile. You want to compare us with the Burkinabe people, the kind of orientation that we have in Nigeria, even those that we call elites that should know better are not knowing, they're not doing better. You find them in any of these village boy, city boy movements, all right, and they will not even call it out for what it is. They will rather even participate in it. And you have our best of the best minds, fanning the flame of ethnic narrative in Nigeria in terms of politics. They fan the flame of religious rhetoric on how Christians should vote for Christian, how Muslims should vote for Muslim, how southeastern part of the country is the next in line to become president. That is the sort of elite. And of course, if you look at it, look around you, even in this online system of things that we find ourselves, where we should have, you know, enlightened people, you have people that fan the flame of ethnic narrative, those that should know better. And of course, that is why we are able to call out people like David Deng, who have in the past drummed this drum of battle for capitalism. He drummed the drum for capitalism. Now he has backtracked. He's now falling in love all of a sudden with socialism. All right. He drummed the drum of all eyes on the judiciary. Now he's now mocking, all right, the idea, the whole idea of eyes on the judiciary. He's now the one pushing the narrative to really resist a system. When in actual fact, in the last 4 years, he was not painting that scene. He was in fact denigrating, all right, those that are really fanning that flame of confronting an oppressive system. So now he's now an advocate of it. So it shows one thing. It would have been very good if he had tendered an apology that, yeah, I have been, against all of this concept in the past. I apologize. If I knew better. Just if I knew better, I wouldn't have, done what I did. If I'm correct to say that anyway. But it will have been some level of admitting that you are wrong and admitting and apologizing to as many as those that you have really wronged with your narrative and try to retake your step. Okay, let's even concede that you don't want to apologize. All this narrative that you are pushing now, you are now pushing narrative of resistance, revolutionary narrative. Revolutionary narrative. You are pushing the narrative of the ideology of socialism. Okay, tell me, are you telling me that there are no entities in Nigeria, political platforms, even political figures in Nigeria that do not have the same stand. What is stopping you from taking a stand with such ones? But he would somehow manufacture another conspiracy theory in his head to really not work
All right,
alongside.
everyone.
All right.
Waiting for our speakers to join. I see that
So
the
sorry. I
is
think
going to start. And let's welcome to this
we
Nigerian
have to
Global
pause this.
Space.
Yeah. So I really so you have to find out or perhaps coin out a no. I will let me use. I'm coming. I want to really contact this host. Really, I would like to contact the host to really speak to her whether or not she'll be more than interested because she wants to have that conversation along the lines of city boy, village boy situation. Mm. And I think it would not be a bad idea if I send a DM to indicate that yeah, there will be people that will be interested to really represent the people's boy movement, right? The revolutionaries who are very much interested because see we are in a war of narrative. You cannot just leave the polity or the space open for just riffraffs. It is the reason why the emergence of civic space. We will have just left the whole thing for them to, go unhinged. And if you have observed very well, the civic space has really, really done a lot of damage to their propaganda. A lot of damage. We have evidence. All right, we really have evidence. We have evidence to show that we have really scattered many of their propaganda, and it's just a matter of time for the people to really begin to pay attention to the kind of content that is wholesome and educative, content that will really call their attention to what they should pay attention to. And if we don't even do this in a boring way, not boring, very lively way that anybody can really relate to. And of course we feature so many kinds of content that is quite mouth watering. We are earlier today, brought to you, the news. And I believe some people will be hearing it for the first time
Are you
on
aware
civic
that
space
from 20
of the plan of Nigeria and 12 other, ECOWAS states, how they want to really come up with a currency, a unified currency in all ECOWAS states, and how that is quite going to really be of interest to even the youths because it will now be a moment of now start working towards that. If it is to save your money towards that, if it's to actually go and research about it, to form how you are going to decide who will become your next leader, someone that is quite knowledgeable about the African situation. No go vote mumu wey be say you go get there and of course he has no idea of how Africa works, how West Africa work, how geopolitics works. You'll be able to, channel your decision towards a leader that knows what's up with how the African politics works, how Africa needs to unite economically, politically, and even militarily. You can imagine if this ECOWAS country form a joint force militarily to mitigate against cattle rustlers, terrorism, basically, in any shape or form, in any disguise. You can imagine that
It will
kind
be
of
a game
force. Then
changer. It's
it will be a game changer because you are merging effort together to lift a burden. You are merging effort together to lift a burden that is actually, and of course, it does not have to be only Nigerian matter. Other within the member of the state can also seek for that same assistance. We need assistance in this area. Maybe we are vandalized. People we have issue of vandalism in our resources. This that effort can be directed to any country that needs it. We can also see what's happening with NATO. All right, now we are having BRICS. So everybody is forming alliance, and also we also have to think of how we can form alliance with either of the global powers. That is another thing that we have to really focus on. All right, we have to alliance, partnership, but it has to start with within first. Our neighbors. See now, we will never even strike alliance with our neighbors. We are not even at peace with our neighbors. Now we will
Can,
come go
my
say we want
brother,
to call for.
can you imagine?
Yeah,
Can you
please. Yeah,
imagine
proceed.
someone you have a neighbor? Your neighbor is your enemy. How do you go to sleep at night? Are you not going to be afraid that your neighbor is coming to come and hurt you? And that's exactly what
Mm,
Nigeria is doing. Nigeria under
mm.
Tinubu wanted to go and truncate what was the revolution that they have in Niger Republic. Then they became enemies. You see? But even within that enmity, the Nigerian Senate, mostly made up of northerners, they went against Tinubu's government when Tinubu wanted to invade Niger Republic. And plus, Denondeyi was one of those that exposed their plans, the plans of the Nigerian military to invade Niger Republic. So it just doesn't make sense how the Nigerian government run things. You can't be making enmity with your friends because someone from another continent told you to do that. How do you go to sleep at night? You know, there was a time when the Boko Haram, and I think it might have been during Jonathan's time too, where there was a collaboration between Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad to fight against Boko Haram in the Lake Chad region, and they recorded a lot of successes. The Niger military, the Chadian military, the Cameroonian, and the Nigerians. But then all of a sudden, 10 years later, Nigeria is now trying to become enemies with Niger because of their Western imperialist masters. Is that not a shame? Just wanted to put that there, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, and I really appreciate that. All right. So thank you so very much for that analysis. We have to strike alliance with our neighbors. We have to be at peace with our neighbors, and we have to have a national philosophy, national ideology, a West African ideology to everything. All right, in terms of our economical ideology in West Africa, our economical ideology in Africa, we have to we have to we have to get serious. It seems as though we are not serious yet, and it's all thanks to the majority of our leaders. You can imagine in Cameroon, can imagine in a over 90-year-old, someone that has been there since my father was born, still ruling them as their ruler. Someone does not even know where he is. In Cameroon, in which other country again that is having that kind of situation within West
Equatorial
Africa?
Guinea.
Equatorial Guinea. So this whole thing is, we are still very in 2026, that people are already in a cryptocurrency world, in a world where people are now using they are putting AK-47 in the hands of robots. We are still stuck in the past, very stuck in the past, and we are being left behind. We have been left, and of course it's a very huge pity. It's a pity, but we can't pity ourselves. All we have to do is to organize. Do we want, do we want change? Do we want revolutionary change? Or do we just want change from one oppressive system to the next oppressive system? All right. Do we want change, or we just want change from one oppressive system to the next oppressive? That is the change we have to ask ourselves. All right. And of course, we have to really get serious with our politics in Nigeria, in West Africa, in Africa, and so on. I think we are still not serious. If you still want to keep giving hold hold ideas, the attention, hold ideas of a coalition of established career kleptomaniacs, you, if that is still the kind of politics that you think is a a a political sagacity, and when you have youths, basically saying the same thing, that It is this their game that they are playing. That is what is considered uh, how to play politics. I shake my head really. Eh? Politics of turn by turn, you know, tribal politics. That is still what people are still referring to in today's world. Well, let's continue, and of course we still have some things to really some business to do before the whole tuning in into um, some other programs. I think there are other matters that I think is of interest to us. Maurice Monye said something today, and I think I will have to bring it to our attention 8 hours ago. Let me try to maximize this thing. This portrait mode that we have to cons- look at the pros and the cons really, because this
Hmm.
portrait mode is not really helping really. And of
Hmm.
course, since we have to be on TikTok, we have been really cornered to use portrait modes really because of TikTok. But really, it does not help. It does not help. It's not helping us to put stuff on the jumbotron more effectively. If it were to be a landscape mode now, then we'll have been able to showcase. We will have seen clearly what I'm saying. But well, let me try to read it out. Maurice Monye said something quite interesting today. And I think it's part of the reason why we are talking about the issue of hypocrisy, really. And of course, the idea that they actually defecated on is that same idea that they are propagating, carrying on their head now, just like David was saying. He said elections is all about polling unit agents. Eh, Number one, how you have structured your agents everywhere. Number two, how doggedly they will fight for you when shit goes down in each polling unit. Number three, okay, there's no number three. You would quell rigging down by 60% if these measures are in place. I have learned a lot these last few years. I hope the opposition take note of this in the forthcoming Saturday poll. So, and that is just to announce to our people that there will be an election in the next Saturday. And of course, I've to also announce that I have reached out to the host of 99.1 Nigerian Info of that there will be representation in that thing where they want to do. And of course, if they did not factor in the people's boy movement, that will be so biased and so disingenuous from their part. So as they are, and of course, it will also be an indictment on them, all right, that they have always paid attention why they complain that yeah things has always been the same and there's no newness, there's no this. Of course, if they decide to also give attention to the usual guys, that will be an indictment on them, that they'll be hypocrites if they decide not to feature those that really want to bring alternative to the game, to the table really. Revolutionaries intend to bring alternative to the table, and if they're not given the voice, or perhaps if they want to pretend, it shouldn't even be that we need to really reach out to them before they really recognize the fact that there is such a thing as there's another angle to this thing though. Apart from the city boy and the village boys, are there other people? That should be the logical thing for reporters to do. Are there other variants to this thing that is happening that that we have to really dig, and if they dig deep enough, they will see that there's indeed some other group of people who are not, they don't even have to have a name, they don't even have to have a hashtag for you to even know, okay, let's factor them into there's another group of that are mobilizing for certain causes politically as alternative to the usuals. But well, if they need us to reach out to them, I think we would have to reach out to them, and we have done so. So, um, I believe so. Just to go back to what I'm saying before, this whole polling unit agent of the thing, elections will take place in Abuja. The African Action Congress, I understand, has candidates in on the ballot, and the African Action Congress have also campaigned thoroughly. I've had a very successful, thorough campaign, and also They have also made provision for polling unit agents. All right, and this is exactly what Maurice Monye, the former Director General of the Obedient Movement, is what he's saying. We have always, the African National Congress has always been saying, well, the people must constitute their own electoral umpire. And you have to really record, have a coalition center of the people such that they will know if there is rigging or not. And of course, they can use that as a ground to really resist. That is why I really clap for Sidney Godwin, one of the candidates of the African National Congress in the upcoming election that will happen on Saturday. That is 2 days from now. He has created a fund, campaign fund specifically for polling unit agents. An arrangement that will take care of the polling such that all results will get to him even before INEC make any pronunciation. So the all any foul play will be called out immediately and will be resisted immediately. Any foul play will be resisted immediately. So the question is, the obedience, are they really making this similar arrangement? That is the question. And of course, that will lead me to the next you know, news item that has really bookmarked today. And Adege is back. I believe Adege is back.
On my
Would you
comment.
like to go
Come on.
before I proceed? Yeah, I
Speaking
think
of
I have a lot to say.
speaking
Please
of this
proceed.
electoral something, I had a very interesting encounter this morning before the streaming, or this afternoon. Let me put it that way.
Hmm.
So I joined the space, an obedient space, and we were talking about this election something,
Okay.
and they were discussing among themselves. What can they do to about the electron transmission? What can they do to help themselves, to save themselves, to do this, to do that? And they're coming up with different ideas. And I said, and I requested for the mic, and I said, look, first of all, I don't believe in this electoral transmission, something that people want to do, because if we critically analyze the issue, you realize that it is too late for crying wolf. you know you have how many months to election? That's when you want to talk about electronic transmission of election. That's when you want to talk about transmitting votes and all that. Just looking at the Nigerian infrastructure alone is incapable. They are incapable of doing that. We have over 4,800 communities that don't have broadband penetration.
Hmm. Is Adege, yeah? Or is it just me? Okay, I think Adege has dropped. Network has kicked Adege out. So yeah, that's why I really love this live streaming compared to Twitter Space. Twitter Space, we are battling the two things. We are battling with S glitch. We are also battling with Nigerian network. So, but yeah, I think the whole thing is streamlined to just your network. If your connectivity is good, there are no glitches really. All right, but you are battling with so many battles. If you are going to, if it's actually a space kind of situation, yeah, you are battling with a lot. You are going through a lot. All right, and of course, let me take a look at how we are doing on. Okay, it's okay. All right, not bad. So yeah, I think it's very important for us to really deal with our, electoral, and of course have a strategy, right, going forward. And the next story I really documented is what happened recently that an American, no, or a German, yeah, a German tourist, was moving, along our highway, and there were so much roadblocks, so much roadblocks, and the roadblocks, the typical Nigerian roadblocks now, tire and and debris, debris. They'll just throw debris in stones. Some of these things are even destroying the road safe. But that's another conversation the other day. So they will throw stones, they will put tire on it, and they'll go and look for bamboo. This is the kind of roadblocks. We just go and look at the latest video of how a typical Nigerian roadblock on the high, and of course, you now have to ask, roadblock on highway, police checkpoint on what should be an express. Nigeria defies logic, really. And I don't know if this is just me blowing things out of proportion. Maybe people wey don dey outside country fit enligh ten us whether they have come across any that kind of blockade in an highway. I'm not talking about inside street or perhaps a in road, road. I'm talking about interstate highway. You will see Nigerian police with stone and bamboo and tire on the expressway, slowing traffic down in what is called highway. So, but really, so we now have Ade Akinolaoye. It used to be called Akintoge. It said we can officially declare that as Nigerians, we would love to see modern police checkpoint barriers in 2026 as opposed to sticks and tires. The highways in my country cannot look like what they did in 1986. It's difficult to distinguish a kidnapper from actual police officers. Yes, it's very difficult to distinguish between police officers and kidnappers, really, because it's the same format. Eh? And of course, he's not recommending this kind of. I think you can see a bit of it on the screen. This is what he's recommending, something that is more, presentable, more sophisticated. But I think I would really push for. I don't think I will really push for any roadblock whatsoever. Really, I don't think I will push for any roadblock. I think we have gone past that level where we will be blocking route, blocking expressway. I think it is something that we should really think twice. In 20 in this century, we are still really blocking highway, oh, not even road. I think it's something that we have to really reconsider, really. So moving to our next story, really, um, you know, from Bashir Ahmed, there were clear indications that Peter Obi and his supporters were pushing for the adoption of direct primaries within ADC. The National Assembly erased the option of direct primaries for all political parties. The amendment was today assented by Bola Tinubu. And it seems as though the city boy movement people, they are cornering the obedience to a tight corner. They keep on going to the tight corner to corner them, and all of the aspirations, all right, just as they really want a situation whereby Atiku will not be able to dollarize the primaries as he has usually been known to dollarize primaries. All right, they want to have a consensus candidate kind of situation. But well, I think it is now hey, impossible to have that situation now. All right, you can only have unopposed candidate or you have direct primaries now. That every you have to have delegates, that will come and vote who will be the flag bearer of the party to the best of my understanding. It's good to have you back. Godwin Saints, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. After the next news item, we'll pass the microphone to you. All right. And I would like to read again from Akin Olaoye. I think I found this tweet very interesting. He says, 5 days after General Abacha overthrew the Shonekon administration on November 17th, 1993, with MKO Abiola languishing in prison cell in Yobe. His VP running mate, Babagana Kingibe, accepted an appointment as foreign ministers on November 23, 1993. I sat in front of the TV as an 11-year-old and marveled at the gross and shameless betrayal. Abiola will later die in prison, and Kingibe became the laundryman for Abacha's junta before a global audience, paid to dispel any human rights violation of his running mate Abiola. Betrayal is nothing foreign in Nigerian politics. I say make I educate Gen Zs. I once cried as an 11-year-old boy. Heartbreak at a young age. I don't cry anymore. I think this is actually referring to so many things that is happening in our political scene right now. You can see how those that were the opposition, all right, before this campaign season was started, they were the opposition to the city boy, but now they are in the city boy camp, all right, trying to even whitewash the city boy. Whatever it is that the city boy is doing, they are really saying no. Yeah, that is, he has to play that political game. City boy will fix it. City boy will fix it. Ignoring all the all the people that have passed as a result of the competence and incompetence, the actions and inactions of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They are basically betraying what they stood for. And these voices have always been critics of the system, but they are now in the system, really eating with the system. In fact, the vice presidential candidate of a major, what they used to call a major opposition in PDP, their immediate vice presidential candidate, where is he in the City Boy movement? Atiku's running mate, Okowa, is now in the City Boys movement. Hey, what is the name of this guy? Reno Mokri, that called president all sort of names. That the media called him one of the main opposition. He is now in the City Boy movement. You can go on and on and on. I think that is what you know this post is basically referring to, really, that politics has a lot of heartbreaks and even can take any form and shape. Like Peter Obi, like him now, he supported Mr. Peter Obi in the last election, but now his heart has been broken. That Mr. Peter Obi has now returned back to his vomit, basically. The very same structure that he has called the structure of criminality is now a part and parcel of that same structure now. All right, and it's now beginning to say who is now the person that is actually consistent among these politicians. All right, you are looking at him. All right, Omoyele Sowore, a consistent figure who is very, very much consistent and would never go back to his vomit ever. Right, but I think we are in a phase where Nigerians are really learning. Nigerians are really having a moment of introspection right now. We just believe this whole thing will really be real. That when it is time to now decide, they will not go back again on their word. So let's pass the mic to Godwin Saint. Godwin Saint, you are very much welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing from the side of things, sir? You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible.
The network has just been it's just been going up and down in my area since. That's why you see me up. I will still go, come, go, come, go. So it's really, really bad. It's bad.
So sorry about that.
Yeah. So I've not really have time to listen to the main topic of today. So I don't know if you can rephrase on what you'll be saying, so that little that we have an idea on the topic, on the main topic we are speaking on. I don't know if you can just
Yeah,
portray some points out.
you heard the last analysis that I gave about this tweet and how Nigerian political landscape. We are basically the topic for today is waiting they happen, and of course that
Okay,
is
okay,
most likely be our model. We are looking at
okay.
so many things are happening at the same time in Nigeria. So many things, so it becomes very unfair for you to really concentrate on one particular topic really,
I
because there are
swear.
so many matters crippling in at the same time. So and we don't want to really miss out, all right, on all of
E-
these issues
exactly.
going on and off. So that is what forms our topic. And of course, I just highlighted the tweet of Akin Olaoye that spoke about how he was very much heartbroken in 1993 when the very vice presidential candidate of MK or Abiola really was called to work with Sonny Abacha that overthrew the government that was supposed to facilitate a civilian rule. All right. Now, and of course, months later, his principal, that is the president that should be president, that people actually voted into office, died in prison. All right, lost his life in prison. And of course, that very vice presidential candidate of the person that died was now the foreign minister, foreign affairs minister, that was now whitewashing all of the human rights activities of Sonny Abacha. So fast forward to today that we have opposition, those that should be opposition, we now find them in the camp of the people that they have been opposing all this while. All
Hmm.
right, when you now find people that are supposed to be playing opposition role now join, and of course, you know how many governors that have considered opposition in quotes. That's why we have been saying this. Elisha Ore has been saying this, that there is no such thing as the people that you are looking at as opposition. They are not really they are not opposing anything.
At
That
all.
why does the media in Nigeria find it difficult to really give attention to those that are really playing the role of opposition? All right, Nigerian media space are not paying attention to African National Congress, who is basically playing. They are the one playing the opposition role. They're not giving attention to Showore, that is really playing an opposition role. But they're not going to call
Exactly.
Showore a main opposition. They are going to call the likes of Atiku and Obi as opposition. You now begin to wonder, what are they really opposing? So, would you like to comment on this very? There are other stories that we want to really take a look at. This is just one of them. What would you like to say about that? This whole situation around opposition in Nigeria.
Hmm. Right now, I cannot just. What I can really say right now is that the only opposition in Nigeria is from electoral. The rest, they are not serious. Omoyele is the only serious opposition that is fighting tooth and nail with these oppressors in power. Because if you really watch the current situation of the nation now, everything is down. The chips are down. Everything. And I was even reading the news this evening. An Oba in Ondo State yesterday was murdered by Fulani herdsmen. An Oba in Ondo State, yeah. Ondo State share boundary with Edo State. So we can see how these guys have just ruled the country with total impunity. So it's so unfortunate that Nigeria just keep subscribing to more failures from Nigerians. They keep subscribing to their oppressors instead of Nigerians to just take a stand and vote for support a revolutionary candidate that is ready to fix the rot. Instead, no, Nigerians will prefer the big oppressor, the billionaire oppressor. Okay, just look at what is going on today. The people who are supposed to be standing among the oppressed, they are now deviating. They have formed a coalition with the oppressors. So we can see right now there is nothing like those one who are calling themselves opposition. They are not opposing anything because they are part and parcel of the people who brought us to where we are today. So what are they opposing? Like somebody like Peter Obi now, what is he opposing? Is it the same structure of criminality that he criticized years ago, that the structure they are building is the structure of criminality, but today now you want to do the same just like the same obedience insulted, who go insulted Erufai, call Erufai all sort of name. The same obedient today are defending Erufai. So so we can see the confusion in them. These guys, they are not serious. Yeah, they are not just serious. They are not opposing anything. What are they opposing? The same structure of criminalities that you guys criticized just 3 years ago from here. Today now, you guys have joined the same structure of criminality, defending the same structure of criminality, have now even joined a coalition with the same structure of criminality. So who is really deceiving who? Who is deceiving who? So they are not opposing any. Are you still there?
Yes, very well.
Okay. So you can see that these guys are not really serious. So is the only serious opposition. The rest are not serious, because if they are serious, the push, you will see the push back in them from them. But at the end of the day, the same people that brought us to where we are today are the same people that are still, that some Nigerians are still subscribing to keep them more in perpetual failures, in perpetual suffering, in perpetual hardship. It's so unfortunate that we found ourselves in this level of chaos, and it is only we that we remove ourselves from this confusion. And because I was on a space with Omoyele Sowore, even David Hundeyin was on that space. There was a statement of Omoyele Sowore. He said that Africans are must be ready to talk to their leaders. I wrote it somewhere. He said Africa must be ready to speak to their leader. We must be ready as a Nigerian. As Nigerians, we also must be ready to speak, to discuss with our leaders. What do we really want? Because if we are not ready to discuss with our leader, we will not, there will be no headway. There will be no headway for the hand. He said Nigerians must define their own paths. Nigeria must have serious conversation with their leaders if we truly want to witness a just and fair society. And this is the time. We really have to discuss with these people, because these guys, they are ruining our lives, and people just think that it's just normal. Okay, today now I was reading on the news that one Senator Mpigi from Cross River State, or from River State, he died. He did not even die alone in Nigeria. He died in London. So the hospitals in Nigeria, they are not good enough for them to die. when politicians that have misused the wealth of this nation, that have ruled this nation into with impunity, when they want to die, they will go and die outside Nigeria. They always die in London or US. Then the same country they were ruling, they will not attend hospital there, because this same hospital, they refuse to fix the health sector, but yet they have stolen billions that they cannot even use in their third generation. So we can all see that if we really want a just and fair society, we must stand for something. And Omoyele Sowore is the only opposition I'm seeing currently. The rest are just, they are just sitting on the fence. They are not serious. They are not just serious at all, because I'm not seeing any form of seriousness from the rest. Because even the ones that are calling themselves opposition, they are the ones who brought us to this level of recklessness we have seen today, that have ravaged the nation. So there is nothing. There is nothing like change that is coming from these guys. These guys can't promise you anything, because they represent failure. So there is no how they are going to fix the nation, because whatever they represent is failure and backwardness. So that's what they represent. So there is nothing like opposition. The only opposition we have here is our man. And Nigerians really need to stand behind this man if we truly want to see Nigeria great again. Any other candidate, na zero. Let me just drop the mic for there.
Thank you very much, Godwin Saint, for that analysis. And of course, well, what is opposition itself? And why are some Nigerians really referring to Showore as the real opposition? And why, hey, are the media pointing their focus on entities that do not constitute anything that is remotely close to opposition? Why are they giving them attention? All right.
Uh,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Vision.
I think, would you
I've been
like to jump in? Yeah,
I've been
please.
trying to jump in
Yeah,
since the network
I
is just
understand.
dealing with me.
The network has not been really
It has not
friendly
been fair
today
to me. It
across
is
board.
just treating me like the Nigerian government.
Yeah. Have you?
Well, yeah. So, this opposition. I was telling you earlier that I was on the space, and I told them, I said, look, you want to do this electronic transmission, and I'll give you an advice for the electronic transmission. You remember we discussed about it here in Liberation Chat, and I told them, I said, see, this transmission is a dead end because Nigeria cannot facilitate this transmission. I don't know why we are fighting for it. That the only plus of this entire transmission thing is that Nigerian people were able to agitate and practice agitation. That's the only plus. Because I was giving you the stats. Over 4,800 communities in Nigeria don't have access to broadband. They don't have access to broadband. And you want people to come and, do transmission from those places. Okay, then what is the connectivity? What is the coverage of broadband in Nigeria? We have over 50, we have broadband coverage is 50% against the 70% target. We're just at 50%. 50% doesn't mean 50% of Nigerians have access to internet. It means it covers the location where 50% of Nigerians live. That is one, right? 2G network covers 87% of the voting population. And but 2G network is not broadband. It cannot support transmission of anything. It can only support calls and text messages. 49.4% of the federation lacks access to internet network. So I told them, I said, look, this transmission thing that we want to do, We don't have the facilities for that. And if you say the government should invest in it, do you trust this government to invest in such infrastructure between now and the election date? These are people that it takes how many years for them to do small road here, for them to do. It is now this one that you think that they will come and do in due time. So I told them, see, look, what you must now do as opposition that you call yourself is to find a way to prevent, or monitor and secure your mandate. I told them, I said, look, remember Liberation Time when we talked, I gave them the idea of streaming. I told them to stream. I told them about timestamps. By the time I finished talking to them, they were like, that's a very nice plan. That we will do it. We'll try it. That's a very lovely plan. This. Some of them wanted, so the initial hosts, they knew me, so they wanted to first shut me down. But other people came up and said, that is a very great plan. This. So the conversation started. I raised up my hand the second time. I can't start the talk, follow them talk. I can't tell them, look. Someone said something. He said that if all these coalition guys can come together, that Nigeria will be saved. I corrected the person. I said, you are wrong. If all the coalition guys come to Nigeria, if they don't have Nigerians behind them, Nigeria will not be saved. The determining factor is not these politicians coming together. The determining factor is Nigerian people coming together. And I proceeded to enlighten them on what the AAC is doing as an organization. I proceeded to tell them how we Nigerians are supposed to organize ourselves in our local communities, how we create our town halls, how we reach out to people who feel disenfranchised, how we go to INEC, request for the call contacts of people, set up a call booth to reach out to all members of communities, calling them, letting them know that elections around the season, that it is their right, that they should vote. That will reach out to them, that grassroots work. I told them that this is what you have to do, that you have to go into these different localities. You have to build small groups, small cells of people that are used to participating in politics. And this is not you just come 1 year to election, everybody starts shouting, hey, election is coming. No, that this has to be a lifestyle. Our organization has to be a lifestyle because the people who are up against are highly organized. I told them. And I said, finally, it is important that we exterminate this entire class of oppressors, not just, remove Tinubu. We have to exterminate the entire class of professors, of this entire class of politicians. Now, when we talk about removing Tinubu, sometimes we might get it misconstrued. That Tinubu is not the only person. It is a whole group of people, and they have been doing this since time immemorial. Most of them have held many political positions. They have been governors, they have been presidents, they have been senators. Since time immemorial, Nigeria has not changed. So all of them have to be retired into oblivion. I told them, the moment I said that, one of them stopped me. You see, so your leader, Showore, I said, I've not even mentioned Showore on this space so far. All I have said is that the people should organize. You see lambasting. They started lambasting me, telling me that I'm coming here to tell Nigeria to what can I speak? One of them asked me a question. I said, okay, I want to ask you a question. I said, what? He said, do I think Peter Obi is a package fraud? I said, yes, I believe he's a package fraud. Everybody ran mad. Now, so one guy say, that guy get mad though. How can he even come here to say this, to say that? You say so he's insulting us. That means that we too are following the package fraud. This, that. And I requested, I said, excuse me, I'm sorry if you feel insulted. But that was never my intention. The reality is this. Both of us are part of the oppressed class, whether we like it or not. So there's no point in us calling each other's names. You see, Peter Obi can afford to lose an election because he's a billionaire. But you and I can't afford for this kind of crisis to continue. Almost they off mic again. Come out me for this space. Cost me for I was still on the listening session. When they're talking, they just started lying and saying things that are not true, fabricating things about Shore, that Shore, this, Shore, that. They drop me, they don't let me talk. Oh. Only them, they talk to themselves, they talk, they insult me, cost me. I'm a fool. What my talk say? I was dropped at bet. They cost me. After they cost me finish, the guy I was listening. I can't request for the mic again. The guy was talking. He said, I've told them we should debate. I've told them we should come on a neutral ground. And I replied him. I commented and I asked him, I said, Tudo, at Tudo Bams, I'm open for a debate whenever you're ready. Bam, Baba changed mouth. He said, I'm not even going to participate in any debate. Oh, then I said, don't even join them in any debate. They talk. Cost me. Another person that came up, I think it was, they were so pained. The reality of the truth, they could not handle it. And this is the intimidation politics that these people always want to apply. because they know that they are absolutely wrong. One of them said something very profound. He said, we always reduce Nigeria's problem to class, that even if we eliminate the upper class, that religion and tribalism will always be a problem. And I shook my head and I said, this man lacks understanding. This is coming from a person who must have internalized religious hatred and ethnic bigotry. Because if you want a change in Nigeria, how dare you say that it is not possible for people to not be tribalistic and for people not to be ethnic, for people not to be religious zealots and ethnic jingoists? How do you say it's not possible? Are you an ethnic jingoist? Are you a tribalist? No. So why can other people not be? I told him. I said, just the is ridiculous. But why do they do it? Why do they do it? Because they are confused. They are confused. They say they want to change the system, but they do not truly want a change in the system. They just want the system to benefit them more. They want to align with to oppressors. They want to maintain that oppressive structure. They want to participate in that oppressive structure. So they do anything possible to guarantee their political ambitions are reached. Ridiculous set of people. And one of them said, why is it that we always come to their space that we don't? I said, because you guys are the ones that are going to be part of the revolution anyway. You guys are going to be the ones that will be part of the revolution. And we want to have it said that we told you. And it is not that you did not know. I've given you the alternative. And after a while, they dropped me on the speaker session. The next thing, all of them started talking about, people power, people have to come together, this. I laugh. I say, you guys are slowly coming to the people's side. It's okay. It's only a matter of time. After a few things happen to clarify your eye that this is not a joke. I mean, that's to also speak on what, the last speaker before myself said. He said something about we have to talk with our leaders. I don't think there's anything to discuss with our leaders, if I'm being honest. I don't think there's anything to discuss with them. These are people who they just literally signed a stupid, dubious electronic transmission bill like not up to 1 week ago here. Are those the people you want to communicate with? Are those the people you want to communicate with? I used to make a statement. I used to say that as people are dying in northern Nigeria, politicians are stealing money whole high in front of the as in this January now, as people don't die for Nigeria, somebody still getting mind sign check to steal money, to divert funds, to misappropriate the national resources. These people have no heart. They don't care about you. And this is something that all Nigerians must begin to accept so that they can actually take their life seriously. There's no negotiation with these people. There's no negotiation with these people. They are the agents of destruction. And to terminate destruction, we must terminate its agents. So when people come and they want to sell this, whitewashed, unsuccessful, whitewashed politicians to us, I laugh. We ask them a simple question. All the senators that were in Labour Party shouting Obi or nothing, where are they today? Singing on your mandate, we shall stand. They are singing on your mandate, we shall stand. These were people that were just in Labour Party the other day. So we see how cheap you guys are. That's why you guys find, and the most painful part is that the truth is bitter. It's quite bitter. I listened to someone, he said, even if they give him Sheyi Tinubu, he will pick Sheyi Tinubu over Tinubu. Even if they give him Wale Tinubu, he will pick Wale Tinubu over Tinubu. I'm like, what kind of dumb statement is that? What do you mean by you pick this over Tinubu? That this is your problem. In the bid to look for a solution, you are ready to eat nonsense. Because you are thirsty, you go and drink gutter water. That is exactly what you're doing. Because you're thirsty, you want to go and drink gutter water, you die. That death that you think will not come from you dying of what's it called? Thirst. You will die the death from cholera. You die the death from tuberculosis. Especially if you drink from Nigerian water.
I really like this example where you use this analogy or scenario. Person
Yes,
they
now.
feel thirsty is dehydrated. You now say, you rather go and
drink gutter
take a
water.
gutter water or a contaminated water.
A
You know,
contaminate. If you not go die from test, you will die from cholera. You will die from tuberculosis. You will die from other type of diseases. Especially if it's the water in Obale and the gutter that you are going to go and drink from. That one, you all don't finish.
hmm.
Especially if na that gutter you go carry the water drink from. So we can't continue to fool ourselves. We've done this for too long. We've done this for too long. It's someone said Pharaoh. Pharaoh go dey learn from Nigeria politicians because at least the Israelites only did 40 years in captivity. We don't do almost 60, if not more. We don't do probably more than 60 years in captivity. So we have been enslaved longer than the Egyptians in your Bible. We have been enslaved longer than the Egyptians. And we want to continue to beg Pharaoh. We want to continue to beg Pharaoh. We want to continue to beg Pharaoh. No, can't do that. When it is us that can take the power back, when it is us, our organization, people are still in the mood to jeopardize and play with their future. That's why you still see them supporting ADC. Some of them are still comfortable. They are just sellouts. They are confused, and that's why they are in. Some of them are genuine sellouts. These ones get paid to do what they do, and then the other ones are just confused because they assume that the gutter water will save them from being thirsty. They forget that they can also die from other infectious diseases in that same gutter water. So there's a bunch of confused people and a bunch of sellers. That's really what that party is made of. That's it for me.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. That in desperation, one must be coherent enough, or perhaps what other English wey person fit use. Oh, person suppose get clear headedness. Make person get clear head. When person dey desperate, these are very trying times. For us to quickly rush go do wetin we go regret later. um Wetin we go regret later. Alright, we must be very careful at this point where we dey now. The desperation is so, and of course people also have to be very careful. Those that are propagandists will want to capitalize on your desperation. They want to use that passion. You are experiencing bad governance, yes, but that doesn't mean that you should go and become vulnerable and begin to say, okay, oh, all die na die. No, not be all die na him be die. Oh. You may want to say you want to jump from fry pan, make you go enter fire. From fry pan to fire. I think we have to really take note as a people. Very, very important for us to take strategic, decisions. That, and of course, this is where I want to really anchor it. Any decision that we are going to take today, we must be willing to take the responsibility tomorrow. Because that seems to be the usual pattern, especially with those that are really, really desperate. They take a decision 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, when the whole thing backfires, then they don't take responsibility. They just basically switch to the next mistake, or they just don't admit that they have committed an error and they need to really correct. And it is one of the things that you have to do when you get hit with your bad decision. If you don't want to make another terrible mistake, is to admit that you are wrong, and you have to really trace how you were wrong. What really, how did you get to where you get to? But I don't think we have that culture in Nigeria, really. That is why, some people will come and be whitewashing history and will be taking positions that they condemned in just a year ago. And they take that position as if that has always been their position. That takes us to the next thing we want to
That
address.
is a
Waiting there.
willing amnesia. willing amnesia because I was these people, this obedient people and this Nigerians, our Nigerian brother and sister, they are very very bad people sometimes. I hear them, they say there are so many people who were shouting Obi or nothing last year, and this we're not even talking about the senators now. Those ones are sellers, we know. These ones are like the likes of all these their Twitter urchins that are always selling their messages on the streets of Twitter to people, their lies and their fallacies. These people were busy shouting Obi or nothing, Obi or nothing, Obi or nothing. Many of these, they are influencers that have gone to APC now, the likes of them Obi Kubana and things like this were all people who were doing Igbo power, Igbo power, Igbo power, Igbo power, our Igbo people. Look at all of them now. Look at all of them now. Which there's nothing, like you said, everybody they just do it normally. Everybody, and this is why they're all cool with it because they're okay with all this jump, 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 jump. They're all happy with all this jump, jump. You jump here, it suits you. Jump here, it suits you. That's what they're okay with. They have no form of responsibility or accountability. They are very, very dubious people, and we must always expose them. And that's why we are here. So Nigerian people will say that there was no other option. They will not say that we didn't know nothing. No, we are here. We're telling you now there are other options. And the other options are the ones who are playing the role of someone told them something on that space that at least Shore has declared his assets. They insulted him. They said, what does it why, even and so even if he has declared his asset, this man has declared his asset. This man has a party that is strong and ready to go. You are insulting us, but at least we have a political party that we are sure of. You are not sure if you have a political home tomorrow. You are not sure. Your future is not certain. And we are able to plan ahead. That's how you know an organized group of people. That's how you know an organized group of people. So yeah, now I just want to add with that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for adding that. It's quite important to this conversation. And let's go to the next because we have so much to really take today. By David Udeyin, he says they will carry their PPC and vote again. They will win the election again. Then INEC will announce a different result again. They will host angry Twitter spaces again. Peter Obi or whoever will go to court again. The court will deliver another silly ruling again. Then the song lyrics will change to something must change in 2031. And they will do it all over again in 2031. After which they will start looking forward to 2035. That's the Nigeria way. If something hasn't worked 50,000 times, do it another 150,000 times because each time you repeat a failed strategy, it will be the next time you get lucky. All right, that is a David Udeyin's post, and I read it today and I was flabbergasted. I was really said so. David could take this kind of, you know, this kind of stance. You know, it seems that you almost mistaking him to if anybody that is just coming into Twitter today and also had a
You
revolutionary,
think it was David Adeyege that wrote that tweet?
yeah,
You will not know it was David Adeyege.
you know where I'm going. I be won't even clear my eyes. Yeah, say na David Adeyegi and his sister. I mean, Odeyin. I dey know I photo. But well, it's interesting that I used to say this thing that you might think that our message is not penetrating. It is. It is because this is not the David Udeyin that we knew 2 years ago or a year ago, self. So, um, the idea is becoming self-evident. Mm, the idea has become, but where I really find it interesting is that when you learn something and you concede that this is the way to go, what do? You organize with those that have similar, ideology, or perhaps maybe because of ego. And this is not just maybe. I believe it's ego because I have already insulted this. this orange beret revolutionary. So, and I've insulted Chubore. What will people say if I actually declare that I am supporting Chubore this time around? What with my people that have known me for 5 years ago and my stance? What would they say? So I'd rather just be towing this part and just sell the rhetoric and not go directly to the solution to the problem. And I would
You
rather
know,
just be
you know,
dancing. I
you
would
know,
rather just be dancing around the whole issue.
I
Yeah,
come in.
please proceed.
I
Proceed.
come in. They call it a plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. This is you see, when it comes to the oppressor's case, they hate the oppressor, but they love the
Hmm,
oppressor. When it comes
hmm,
to the case of the revolutionary, they love the liberation, they love the liberation, but they hate the revolutionary.
hmm, hmm. They love
And
the
now,
liberation. They
but they
love the
hate the revolution.
revolution, but they don't want to be revolutionary. Hmm,
Revolutionary. They hate but they love the oppressor, but they hate oppression.
hmm.
You see,
They
they love
love
to
they love the oppressor, but they hate oppression.
oppression,
That's
but
that's the
they now love the revolutionary. They hate the revol. They no, they love the revolution, but they hate the
hmm.
revolutionary, or they love
They
liberation and they hate the
they
revolutionary.
love the revolution, but they hate the revolutionary. What
That's
a
why. That's why you
this
see
is
them saying
deep.
things like this.
This
They'll
is
say people
deep.
power. The people must come and organize. The people must do this
Hmm,
together. When it reach
hmm,
time to do it with the people now, you say no, you want to do it with Atiku and Abubakar. What stopped you from doing it in LP?
hmm,
Why could you not organize with the people in LP? Or why could you not even start a new political party? Are people not doing it? Are
hmm,
people not doing it?
hmm, hmm,
But because you cannot afford to engage in your own liberation, you don't want to be a part of the structure. You are looking for the structure of criminality to be a part of.
hmm,
That is why you find it hard to build your own structure, because truly, truly, you don't want corruption to end.
hmm,
You don't want it to end. You just want it to benefit you.
hmm.
So you're willing to sell anything. I mean, I'm surprised that you are surprised that David Day is saying this. Have you gone to watch old videos of Shomole? Have you gone to watch old videos of Rocha Sokorocha? Watch old videos of Wiki. Watch old videos of Tinubu himself.
Hmm,
They were not short of rhetorics like this.
hmm.
They too spoke about liberation. Can you hear me, my comrade?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
they too spoke about liberation. So you see, when people talk the talk, you cannot be surprised.
Hmm,
Anybody will say anything to sell. Anybody will say anything to just get leeway. You know. But one must look at is their actions. That is what will
hmm,
tell you if they are being truthful or not. Look at their actions. Look at their end goals. Look at what they are driving towards.
hmm,
Think about the logical sense. Reconcile this for me. People who have destroyed the Nigerian country for over how many years? Let's say, give or take, about 20 years now, 20 to 30 years. Because most of these people served under Abacha. Most of these people also served under Buhari. And Obasanjo, and we are 26 years in. Most
hmm,
of these people, most of these people have destroyed the country. They contributed to the destruction of Nigeria. And you
hmm,
say you want to change Nigeria and you want to work with the same people that have
hmm,
failed. Does that make any logical sense?
hmm,
If you have a engineer that you gave a product to build a house for you, and for 26 years he has not been able to build the house, will you now want to do the full renovation of that house? Or let's assume that he even built the house, he built it, one side is down, the ground is falling every time, the toilet is leaking every time, the roof is falling every time. That's how Nigeria is. You now say, okay, let's do a refurbish, let's do total renovation of this house. You're gonna carry the same engineer again to do the renovation. Does that make any sense? Will you do that for the house your children are living in?
hmm.
But you want the Nigerian people to do that. So that's exactly what you're saying to the Nigerian people. And when you ask them, they'll say, Lord, politics is politics. Now, Tinubu is playing politics with all of you. People are shouting.
Hmm.
I be on see politics now.
I will
Yeah.
not be voting for Peter Gregory Obi.
I beg, Proceed, oh, my Oga. No
So
verse.
these people now they just want to wind themselves. They know basically they wind us, and we are here. This is why we must be here. Because you see, the thing is that these people will eventually all start turning their rhetoric. Like you said something very important, my comrade. That that we might think that what we are saying is not working. But look at all of them. 2, 3 years ago, they were not making the same statements. In fact, last year they were not making the same statement. Look at all of them now. Everybody wants to do revolution. Everybody's talking revolution. Everybody's talking people power. Everybody's not. I just they laugh. So it's gradual. You cannot turn a no into a yes without maybe in between. There will be a maybe before you turn that no into a yes. And these people are already turning. That's why we must be here as well, because these are not people that you can really put your trust in. At the end of the day, we must be here to collect our accolades. We must be here to ensure that, look, we are the ones that brought about this mentality, this form of thinking, and we are the ones that can guide this thing. We are the vanguard, we are the vehicle, not all these people. And we must have the proof of all their atrocities, of all their selling out, so that we can always point it out. Like the way Ronald Mockery want to deny that he did not say that it is not in his DNA to work with Tinubu. He says it's not my DNA, but his DNA apparently has changed now. So we must be here to always steer the Nigerian people in the right direction. And we know that the Nigerian people will get there eventually. It's a gradual process. We're already getting there. We're already maturing in our political thinking. More people are coming. Look at more people are coming into the light of understanding that look, something really, really has to change. And considering what David Dey has said, David Dey assumes that only those confused, middle class Nigerians and those confused sellouts are in Nigeria. He forgets that they're a group of revolutionaries like us. So while some people are failing to reform, it is the revolution is inevitable. They can keep, whining themselves with let's reform this, let's add this one, let's romanticize this person. They can keep fooling themselves with that to waste their time. While they are doing that, we'll be working with the Nigerian people. We'll be working with the Nigerian people towards their liberation. And whenever they are ready, they are Nigerians as well. Many of them that go online to talk all this nonsense, they have not stolen from the Nigerian post before. So there's no reason to persecute you. But we'll always accept you in Nigeria as long as you're ready to be a part of the new country that we are going to bring about through this revolutionary vanguard. Yeah, that's all I have to say for now, my comrade.
Absolutely. And on TikTok, Night on TikTok is basically reiterating what you said, and I think that is a very big punchline, really. Knight said they love the revolution, but they hate the revolutionary. They love the oppressors, but they hate oppression. That is quite profound. And I think if this is the only thing that our viewers can really take home today, I think they have learned something. And of course, it would really have allowed our people to have some level of introspection. And the question is, do you really love oppression? But do you really love oppressors and hate oppression? You hate oppression, but you love the oppressors. I think it is something that you have to do some deep thinking on. Just look within yourself that you really love revolution in Nigeria, but do you love revolutionaries in Nigeria? And a couple of names just straight out pointed at me. Can call out David Udein and Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi love revolution, want revolution, but he hates the revolutionaries. He calls them the orange beret moron. All right? He did not even mince words to call out the revolutionaries. So you now begin to wonder, yes, he falls into this category. He loves revolution, but he hates the revolutionaries. The same thing David today. He has blocked all the revolutionaries that I know of. He has blocked all the revolutionaries that I don't know of, and is the one basically fanning the flame of revolution here. That people should not really bother. People are trying
I
to
will not
over and
be
over,
voting for Peter
over and over
Gregory
again.
Obi.
People are doing the same thing over and over again. and they want a different result. And now, it's time for them to take a look at revolution as the alternative to solution. That's what he's telling them. But, in summary, that they should be ready to really confront the status quo. So it's basically towing it loves revolution, but it hates the revolutionaries. All right, he hates oppression, but he loves the oppressors. All right, who are the very ones that you will find in prison, praising Abacha, praising Goodluck Jonathan, praising all the people that have really brought sorrows and tears to our people. All right, so these are the people that fall into this category that I think needs to be really you really did a lot of summary of our situation in Nigeria, really. And to as many as those that have tuned to us on this show, 87 of us on X and about 3 of us on TikTok, and also 3 of us on YouTube. We have learned something new today. Okutigbo, Abogbo. So sorry. I just have to really yeah. I think Adeige, we lost Adeige. So yeah, this is a very serious issue that I think has been really been summarized for us. So let's take a listen to what this our young gentleman says, really. And I think we'll find it very, very interesting. And it's very pivotal to what we are discussing here.
Voting for Peter Gregory Obi.
Waiting,
Yes,
waiting
I will
talk.
not be voting for Peter Gregory Obi.
Eh?
Yes, I said it, and a lot
Why?
of you have been coming for me. Last election, I voted Peter Obi. I campaigned for Peter Obi. I use my platform for Peter Obi, and what did I get in return? He goes side with Atiku. I'm not gonna lie for now, Peter Obi break my heart. So when I say all of them, they be the same people. You dey vex, una dey vex. Reason why Peter Obi dey quiet, he no dey make any moves. Now based on say him himself, he no say he no go dey ballots for 2027 for this new party when he don't go join. If he say Atiku go allow Peter Obi lead them, abi you fit say Peter Obi go be president for where Atiku dey. Atiku was a vice president before. Peter Obi was a governor before. Obi will probably come out as Atiku vice president. So because say I love Peter Obi, ma go vote Atiku. Atiku and the Tinubu, what's the difference? All of you waiting for Peter Obi, the Messiah, to come and save you. He's not coming. Here Atiku, they cook for kitchen. Who are you left with to vote for? You are left with only Sowore. Only Sowore might be the reasonable candidate who did that paper now like this. So tell me why I will not vote for Sowore. Some of you, your best argument not to vote for Sowore now because say Mr. Sowore never hold any political office before. The ones who don't hold political office before, which they don't use and they do. Not be thief. I want you to know this today and know peace. The fact that Sowore has never held any political position in this country is more reason why I am willing to vote for him. The moment you enter political position for this country, people will get power past you, will get influence past you. They go stain you because you did below them. But me, I want me Sowore go straight to the top. Nobody go fit stain am. Now you're going to make the decisions. Leadership is not a career. Revolutionaries, they wake up one morning and they take a stand. I mean, if you say Nelson Mandela was once a local government chairman, was Donald Trump a senator? He woke up one morning and he decided to take a stand. They want me you start from local government chairman. They work your way, they get corrupt. Sowore may not be perfect, but at least he's an opposition. He's the only real opposition I know. Because honestly, I am tired of being ruled by a committee of friends. Group of friends just they lead this country since 1960. We are not the tired. Nigeria youth, una better wake up. Not they allow emotions and sentiments they cloud your logical judgment. Until we the youth come together as a collective to dismantle the old system, we are not going anywhere. We did those people hands. They hold us tight. So I realize a lot of people don't even know who be so.
I think this is quite profound. Many people will say this is quite profound, that people who had voted for who had voted for Mr. Peter Obi in the last election are now declaring their support for Sowore. And this is not the first time this is happening. We have seen this um, current exodus from the obedient movement. The obedient movement has really shattered into pieces, and the very honest ones among them are really declaring support for Omoyele Sowore. as the alternative and the real opposition. All right. So now this now moves us to another sound bite. Of course, what we have seen today. We are talking about wetin dey happen today, and so many things have happened today that we want to bring to your notice. And the next one that we are going to bring to your notice is this. All right. Please take a look at what is happening here. You want to ask what is going on here. What is going on here? I think sharing of money is what is going on here. This is Sokoto. You now see governor of Sokoto handing out money. What you can see, plenty money in bundles, bundles, in bundles, handing it out to religious clergymen. And this tells you the depths of how politicians are using religion to really enter our people. These religious clerics have members in their thousands under them, really. And of course, it used to be a secret arrangement, but I think it turns out to be they are fed up of doing the whole thing in secret any longer. They are now doing it in the open. You now begin to ask if this should be a hard work for the people to really do, to be able to really decide, to really discern that something is wrong somewhere. Should it be harder for them to really break free from their oppression, or from being enslaved mentally? Because should anybody in their right thinking self see their afar in front of politicians collecting money from the politicians, should anybody in their right sense listen to such afar again? Eh? You see your afar in front of a politician collecting cash, all right, being given bundles of money. Should that afar tell you again that, yeah, this is the person that God has chosen for us to vote for, and we are going to vote for him? Should that afar have the moral standing to really, tell you what to do, really? And I think this is a very sad situation, really. This is what we came across on the timeline. Which kind of topic we want to give this one? So now the thing wey dey happen today be this. Our politicians have stepped up their game. It used to be in the secret, but we wan tell una say they have uh, they have gone next level. They have gone next level. Absolutely, and I can see your comment loud and clear. All right, the African wahala, I believe. No, reasonable people would not listen to such alphapreneurs again. Alphapreneurs. Yes, it's a very, very interesting linguistic way to put it. Yes, alphapreneurs. These are alphapreneurs. Those that really make money from being an alpha. They make money from being an alpha. They make money from being a cleric. All right. So, and we see it happen in broad daylight now. Politicians are sick and tired of doing this thing in the secret. They have so much cash in their disposal, and they feel, well, let us put up a show, because we have succeeded in programming the minds of the Nigerian people to always see this sort of thing as empowerment. Mm. We have programmed their minds to always look at politicians as rich people that cannot be challenged. We have succeeded in making them see us as gods. The distance between us and them is so huge. All right, it's so huge. The difference is like heaven and earth. How can you compare a cleric that has barely maximum of 50,000 naira in his account, and that 50K, with the look of things, we still have like 10 days, you know, we still have like 10 days before the end of the month, and the the 50K, you don't come out 10K from inside to the and here you are, they don't call and say, ah, Omo, Assalamu alaikum. The governor is sharing money to Islamic cleric. Will you be interested in coming? Ah, he will race to the place immediately. And of course, this is where they make their money. This is one of their many avenues of raising funds. And of course, these politicians are not just giving this money for the sake of it. They are giving it with with an assignment attached to it. Mm. They have to be string attached. They'll tell them, well, as we are giving you this money, that means you are going to have to tell your people to see us as only the alternative, as the solution. We are making them see that they can also benefit from us. Let us paint it to them so that they will also see that, yeah, if they also vote for us, they will be the ones that will participate or take part in the sharing of the money. So this is social engineering going on here. This is social engineering going on here, and you can be part of this discussion. Unfortunately, the Restream platform is not integrated such that people can make a request, and requests can really be, people don't have to go through any means. How do I really explain this? You cannot request on TikTok and we'll be able to see it in the studio here. There's no such thing. As it is now, viewers can only enjoy our content. They cannot request to speak from TikTok directly. If they want to speak, they will have to go through a link, and that link is on your screen right now. If you type it correctly on your browser, if you have two mobile phones, I think this is perfect for you. But if you don't have two mobile phones, then well, you have to go off TikTok before you can come into the studio to be able to speak. And I think that is not really something that I like. Maybe it's just one of the disadvantage of this streaming, but at least the fact that that we can use them to gain access to live on TikTok, I think we can take that. That is something that we can take really. And I think that we don't there's no other platform that really gives us this window of streaming on TikTok. So we have to weigh the pros and the cons. So, but for as many as those that have two gadgets or two devices, you can use the link to come into the studio if you'd like to have a contribution to this discussion. So, by and large, this is social engineering. Um, the politicians are becoming more ruthless. They are becoming more ruthless in messing up with the people's mentality, in thinking that this is how politics should be done. People, in the minds of the people, this is this is politics. This is in the minds of people. This is how to play. So it becomes extraordinarily difficult for any politicians or any politician who do not have money to give, because this has been normalized. This has been normalized. So it becomes extraordinarily difficult for anybody to come. Look at how that one is demanding for more money. He said this one is not enough. That cleric is funny. He's saying they should give him more, that this one is small money, really. So this is social engineering playing out, and this is one of the things that we saw on the timeline that we believe we must highlight, we must bring to the notice of our people. All right, part of what we also saw on the timeline is by digital sniper saying visionless leaders, they totally don't even know what to do in office rather than just be stealing our commonwealth and dish out potter's meal to the slaves. You see how they will use religion to cover up their evil. as not to question constituted authorities, criminal and brainless leaders. I think I saw this under the comment section, and I think let's take a look at the comment section. Maybe perhaps you can also gain some really great insights in the comments. Okay, I think we are already in the comment section. Timi says generational normalization. When a system exists for thousands of years, people stop seeing it as a system and start seeing it as nature. You don't rebel against graffiti, you just deal with it. Nigerian system. Interesting. Interesting. All right. This is a very powerful, and of course, I've talked about it. I see if I saw this comment before. Normalization. Engineer Luda says, in politics, nothing is permanent except the suffering of the people. I think I disagree with this. Sharing Gary, rice, and little change or coins wouldn't solve their problems. Anyway, one day, the hands will collect 5K to sell votes today, will still collect 5K tomorrow. Let's break the cycle. Hmm. This is a powerful graphics to break the cycle. Hmm. So, and that is it. So, we have so much to talk about today, and this is just one of the things that we saw in the timelines. You can see this is millions of naira being distributed. All right, millions of naira of people's resources being distributed to our people. So let's continue our ministry. From the timeline, we also saw 12 hours ago Kalu Aja. This is an expressway. Why so many cops? Why are objects on the road? Cars start and stop constantly, burning gas, zero productivity. So this also is one of the things that we came across on the timeline. You can see this foreigner on our highway. Basically, the foreigner is on our highway, and his experience with the Nigerian police was quite interesting. And of course, at some point I'll play the audio, but we can see we can almost predict what would be his experience. While you have some police officers who have figured it out by now that foreigners always go with wherever they go to, they are always going with cameras. They are always they don't joke with. You can see how our police scattered the road with so much debris of tire and the rest. Of course, so and some policemen have figured it out, so they know they disturb am. If na Naija man,
Yeah, yeah.
stop, and harass the person to bring money, really. But I think some of them
Thank
have
you.
figured it out that
Of
it's
course.
recording. But I think one of them did not figure that out, but still has some money regardless. Still has some money regardless. But we want to highlight a few things.
Thank you.
You can
Have
see
a nice day.
this is a highway. Highway. This should be an highway.
How's it going?
How are you?
This is the police that exposes.
Good. How are you?
Where are you going?
Everything good?
Where are you going?
Cameroon, South Africa later.
Cameroon.
Yeah. Big trip.
Give us money.
Huh?
Buy fuel.
What do you want?
Dollar.
No, why?
Dollar.
No, no dollar.
Dollar. Why?
Do you give me money?
Why?
Do you want to give me money?
You have to give me money.
You give me money.
We are giving you service.
You give me money.
We are actually safety on the road.
You give me money.
The road is safe.
My friend, your government is paying for you, not me. Okay? So have
And of course, by the time the authorities of
a nice
police
day, huh?
reacted to this, they called this guy
Hello, what's up? How's it going?
David. David,
Nice to
the,
meet
the
you.
guy, the guy that
Hello.
actually showcase the reality of the Nigerian
Everything good?
police.
Good. Thank you.
David,
Thank you.
Benjamin, call that one a Judas.
Emmanuel. Yeah.
So that is it, really.
Clemens. Yeah, driving to Cameroon.
But
Yeah, and then
on the normal situation,
to South
really,
Africa.
highways should not be barricaded like this. I don't think highway in every other
Sure,
country.
come on.
Please,
Of course, you can sit. No
on our way
problem.
day Obodo Ibo, or perhaps you are in some other places that are apart from Nigeria. Should highway be like this? Eh? Should highway
Take care.
be saturated with police checkpoints? And the
All the
checkpoints,
best. Bye.
if you look at that checkpoints, you can see how they carry stick, take block road, tire. So how do you from afar? How do you recognize a kidnapper from a police checkpoint? And should there even be a police checkpoint in the first place? How unprofessional this whole thing is done, and
Hello,
of course,
sir.
you now begin to
How's it
wonder, you know, if this is how things should be. This is not
going?
a
Good. How
we
you
have
doing?
a culture of normalizing what shouldn't be normal.
Good to hear. Good to
Highways,
hear.
just like
Perfect.
the
Thank you.
name
Have a nice
sounds,
day.
highway, express. There should be no. The
Hello,
only
sir.
reason why anybody should
How
be
you doing?
stopped should be when the person is infringing on any traffic rule, or perhaps going beyond some certain speed limit. And you don't
Everything good?
barricade the road to really
Germany.
enforce that kind of thing. You use either
Yeah.
motorbikes.
Long ride.
I used to look at
Thank you.
CBS reality. CBS reality, they have special
Hello,
motorbikes. They
sir.
have special that will catch up with the person
How's it
already.
going? Good. Thank you.
Tell
You?
the
Very good.
traffic
Thank you.
offender
Thank
to
you. All the best. Thank you.
park, and they will issue whatever they want to issue in terms of
Hello,
either
sir.
warning
Thank you.
or fine. But in Nigeria, it's a different ball game entirely. Really, a different ball game.
Hello, sir. How's it
You
going?
have police
Nice to meet
scattered over 20 checking points in just 5 kilometers of road. It is really sad that this is what we have to deal with, in our dear country. What is your view on this,
you.
dear listener? Please drop your comments. We will see it. If you drop it on TikTok, we will see it. If you drop it on YouTube, we will see it. If you drop the comment from X, we will also see it.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for you know your time, really, and of course for using the
Hello, sir.
window of
Thank you.
communication. So moving on to our next story that we want to really look at. But before we go that, let's take a look at some interesting comments. Checkpoints full everywhere, like saying Afghanistan. ah, if you, like I say, it just be like as if say now Afghanistan we did. Yes, now
Yeah.
you are really correct. Really. I think it's correct. This only happens in war zone. I was actually afraid that this video would turn out embarrassing, and the fear that the officers would all request for money from the motorists. I guess too many checkpoints is a relief compared to begging officers. Of course, all of them, yeah, many of them have realized that foreigners usually go with cameras. We can give you some level of assurances that, well, the next motor that will pass that will be Nigerian. They will most likely the same police officer that will greet just normal greeting. They will collect money from normal Nigerians. But the ones that actually really, you know, blow the whistle was the officer that have not learned that lesson yet. And I believe he will learn that lesson today. If whenever he comes online or his children shows him that, daddy, we saw you online asking a white man for money. And his friends that is also old school, that doesn't know that, yeah, people go along with cameras these days. All right, people go along with camera, and of course this is a lesson also to every road user. Eh? Our officers have to learn that lesson also from the locals. go around with cameras. Go around with cameras, record everything, and make we sef participate in this investigative work, this investigative journalism that foreigners are doing on our behalf. We should participate in it. All right. One of us named Object TV have done this similar expose. All right. You document everything. Many Nigerians are doing this. Many Nigerians are doing this. Document everything. Document it. Expose the Nigerian police. And of course, it is cowardice for you not to be paid a good salary. You decide not to revolt against the authorities that have refused to pay you good salaries. But the thing that you have decided to do is to now be extorting from from the road users. That is a very coward strategy, if you ask me. It's a coward strategy. And I don't think we should encourage that. If your salary is not enough, the thing to do is to pressure the authorities to pay you a living wage. But they will not pay you a living wage. But you go ahead to find a solution, a very, very dehumanizing solution. But now, reality is setting in for you people. Everybody is now going to use camera to focus on your face to make you look like a beggar. All right. And of course, the very system that has refused to pay you enough money will be the very system that will dismiss you. That system is the one that will still dismiss you for begging, for turning you to they are the ones that turn you to a beggar. They are still the ones that will now criminalize and dismiss you because you actually gave them bad publicity. So for giving them bad publicity, they are going to dismiss you. So what would you rather do? To be dehumanized, endure your suffering, or you fight for your freedom? Which one are you going to do? You choose. Choose what you want. All right? Choose what you want. Do you want to be dehumanized, or you want to resist, or you want to be a victim? Your choice. Either you resist or you endure and be a victim from the same system. All right. So yeah, moving on to the next tab. That, and of course, let's read some more message. Zero productivity is a national pastime. It seems just got a factor that into your commute time and your life expectancy. It is Lagos or a road. I travel this road about 8 times a year, and I feel safer with those officers on the road. Each of those checkpoints take about 3 minutes, a small inconvenience for one's safety. I think I know this person, Oba Birin, an APC woman, an APC woman, and she will not really want to admit. Of course, that is why we will have to participate in this. But the fact remains that one of the officers asked for money, and one of the officers is a sample size of what the officers have been doing on that road. Simple. Let's backtrack and continue our ministry. There's so much to cover. And of course, yes, this is the post I'm telling you about. The ACP Benjamin Ondein says there is always that Judas. Thank you for your sacrifices, guys. Thank you for your sacrifices, guys. We are much appreciated. They are much so Benjamin is calling the one that asked for money a Judas. All right, Benjamin. He's calling the one that asks for money a Judas for asking for money. And what does Judas? Judas is the one that exposed. So you now begin to wonder. Yes, Baji. You now begin to wonder if Judas, what is the role of Judas really to expose or to sell out Jesus Christ? So hmm, they are calling that police officer. They are calling that police officer a Judas, the one that was asking for money, as if that is not the case for all of them. Really, they want Benjamin want to play on our intelligence. This is the office PRO for those we don't know. The police force public relation officer, basically public relation officer, basically whitewashing the whole situation on behalf of the police, as if this is not the reality of the Nigerian people. Right. And I think that is quite it. Let's even read the comment from Ben Udenyi's post, the PRO of police. Let's read his comments. It's very interesting. I think Nigerians will have interesting things to tell him in the comments. Oh, comment, just 1 minute. Really? Nigerians will have very interesting stuff to say. All right. Nigerians will have so many interesting stuff. I think my system is playing pranks on me right now. Why is my system playing pranks on me? Something is happening somewhere. I think my network is not in the right place right now. Hmm. Interesting. So yeah, let's read what the comment section will have to say from David's account. Somebody is posting a wanted post for the IG. Nobody check his legality. They just allow him to pass. If it's Nigerian, they will ask for paper that never existed. Don't worry, immigration will check his legality before he crosses the border. Okay, okay. Somto is saying a white driver behind the wheel with two cameras on his dashboard. Not a single checkpoint of 21 asked to see his ID or vehicle documents. Not a single checkpoint checked his trunk. Just imagine if he was in Nigeria. At least 15 out of those 21 checkpoints would have stopped. All right. And many other comments like that. Polonium says, I would have loved to see a black driver. Let's see the reaction. So many checkpoints. Policing has to change in Nigeria. Thanks to all them great officers doing their best on the road. God bless them. Yeah, they are indeed good ones. All right. But the thing is that me, I don't want to even criminalize anybody, any one of them that is asking for money. The system has created that, you know, survival situation. All right. And I will not necessarily call those that are begging for money the bad guys when the system has created that loophole for them to beg. How much are they being paid? You don't want them to beg, but you don't want to really look at. They should manage any amount of money that they are given. They should take it like that. Hmm. And of course, police officers also who are afraid of protesting. Do you see how you are being criminalized now? They will turn you to a beggar and criminalize you. Just the same way in Lagos, they are now they are they are arresting beggars from pedestrian bridge. They criminalize begging. Begging is criminal in Nigeria now. And you now be asked, who turned them to beggars? Eh? Those same people that you call beggars, they are either people living with disability that the system has refused to take care of, and now they call them miscreants. The kind of community that in other countries they treat them like egg. You know how much social security people are collecting for being disabled in US, in Canada, in Europe, for being disabled. Say you no get hands again to work, no get leg to work. You have one kind of disability. Even if it's an intellectual disability, the system will find a way of knowing that and give you. It is from the taxes of those that are able-bodied that they are giving you a stipend to, and of course that stipend is enough to buy you everything you want to buy. You don't need to go and beg. There's no need to beg. If See, in developed countries, once they see beggars, they believe these are drug addicts. Beggars are drug addicts most likely in some other. And of course you also have to look into how people became drug addicts. That's another subject entirely, which talks about capitalism. When people are pressured, they can't pay their rent, they can't pay their car insurance, they can't pay their so many commitments, they can't pay school fees. They want to look for escape means to escape from that reality. From there, they get hooked with drugs. They get hooked. In Nigeria, so many youths are hooked on gambling today. Why? The system does not even create any means of leverage. No means of leverage. There are no jobs, no employment, no opportunities to thrive. So youth will turn to what? Means where they would most likely become successful. And of course they get hooked. But there's no even system to even make to maintain their humanity. No social service, no social safety net. You are either physically challenged, you are in trouble. If unless if your parents are rich or your parents are doing well, or you are not, life do not do you a huge blow such that you are just vulnerable. System is ruthless here. So me, I'll not be among those that will say, uh, because me too, eh? Me too. When push come to shove, I call on people to support me. When my day work doesn't cut it, when I'm not having any leverage in my day work, what do? I call on my brothers, my sisters, anybody that can help out. So police also see road users as their brothers and sisters. Hence, they are collecting money. But are we encouraging this? No. This should be an abomination. It's a very wrong image. And of course, these pictures, police are not being paid. There's a reason. And of course, there's no even system in place to even mitigate. And of course, as you can see, camera is can mitigate against that. There's no way police officers will have body cam on them. They will have body cam on them and they will ask for money. Because the body cam is recording every activities and every sound, and they cannot even tamper with it. They can't tamper with it. The system is built such a way that once you wear that recording stuff, it begins to record everything that you are doing. And for us to really take a look at. But I just like to look at things from the surface. And I just like to look at things from where? From the surface. People don't want to look at things People don't want to look at things from the standpoint of reality any longer, from the standpoint of emotion. All right, so let's proceed. There's still a lot to cover, and I think I am covering so much ground because I'm basically the only one in the panel today. Um, Let me just leave this police wahala thing and move to the next one where I see today. Where really catch my attention. All right, yeah, this is also a story of one of our politicians basically peeing on the road. This is a Nigerian politician. I think they also said that is a governor basically used peeing on the road, no public toilet whatsoever, no public toilet. And of course, one of our brothers are saying, you know, in South Africa, this is how a public toilet looks like in South Africa. These are public toilets in South Africa. The politicians you support, both in past and present government, have not been able to build even one that they can use in public. Shame on all of you who support these failures. Yes, eh? Politicians, politicians using, peeing on the road, and of course, when we talk about open defecation, all right, talk about open defecation that there are no public toilets. People say, it's a made up, it's made up, it's not true, it's not true. You can see this is the reality. But funny enough, look at how a police officer is looking at all of these things play out. You know, if you arrest governor, you know, if you arrest governor, lie, lie, cannot arrest the governor. But if now ordinary citizen do this one, they go arrest, they go beat am, they go beat am. Hmm? They go do wetin? They go beat am for peeing on that place. And there's no public. Why do you want make a peace? There's no public toilet, there's no public bedroom. Go to Isaleko, go and see human feces, human droppings everywhere. Why? There is no public toilet that is well maintained by the government. The ones that are existing, they have they have not been maintained and they are in a bad shape. So that is that. That's one of the things we happen today. And be that. One of the things we do waiting we happen today. And of course, we find that interesting if you have not seen it already. So that is that for today. We have really, really done a great job in highlighting today's developments, and we have brought it to your attention. Attention. So yeah, that is it today. Waiting they happen today, and thank you so much. We have been streaming for 5 hours already. If you are yet to follow us, if you are here to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, please subscribe at Civic Space channel. If you want to find us, Civic Space, one word in small letters, Civic Space, you find us there. This is what we discuss every day. We do this every day, every day. 6 p.m., 6 p.m. Nigerian time. At that time, we are either coming back from work or perhaps we are already at home after this activity. So we chose a more relaxed moment. And of course, this is what time is it now? Um, it's 10:48. So if you have even tuned into us by 8 o'clock p.m., that is 2 hours after we must have started, you can still have two 2 hours premium, wholesome content telling you about what happened during the day. So you are updated, you are entertained, and you can also clear your head. If you want to speak to us, you can come into the studio and speak to us. If you want to comment, you want to correct us on what we have said, you want to add to it, you can come into the studio and correct us and speak to your fellow Nigerians. And of course, not just speaking, you can also participate in the solution that we have brought to you. We have brought to you the African Action Congress as a solution in terms of Nigerian Decides 2027. we have brought Shore to you, a revolutionary. Are you willing to take that option ahead of other options that you have always been introduced to? So you now begin to debate us whether or not it's a viable solution that you have embraced or you have rejected. So we do this every day. So follow us, subscribe to our channel, share and like. This video is recorded except on TikTok. YouTube and X have recorded this live stream and it can be played again by those that will not join us in the live stream. There will be those that did not join us. They are not going to miss out. So that is why if you are also replaying this also, remember to follow us and subscribe so that you can be notified and it's easier for you to also replay our live streams. So thank you so much everybody for joining us today. To the over how many people joining us today? Let me check to confirm again. So yeah, we have 89 of us who have joined this live stream today. We thank you so very much indeed for joining us in the live stream. We appreciate you and of course look forward to having you again tomorrow for another fresh edition of Waiting They Happen Today. And of course, before that time, enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy the rest of your day. And we wish Nigeria all the best. And we hope that Nigerian people can organize because the power of the people is greater than the people in power. Another thing that you have to also really think about is the fact that you, you love oppressors and hate yeah. You love oppressors, but you hate oppression. Do you belong to that category of those that love oppressors but hate oppression? You don't like cheating. You dey always tell your neighbor say you don't like cheating, but you are following politicians wey dey cheat Nigerians. You are following Nigerian politicians that are distributing money just to thwart election results. You are supporting a politician that is in association, that is in their coalition of those that will do money politics. You love one of the Nigerian politicians, but you hate cheating, you hate oppression. Think about it. I think it's one of the things that you have to remember about. You love revolution. You want me revolution happen for Nigeria, but you don't like the revolutionaries. Once they tell you about revolutionaries like Omoyele Sowore, you get very annoyed. You get very annoyed. You say, you don't want him, no be him you want. No be him you want. You know, sabi play politics. You don't like revolutionaries. You don't love revolutionaries. You don't think revolutionaries should be given a chance to lead. All right, but you love revolution. How do you think that will happen? That is a food for thought. So enjoy the rest of your day. We'll meet tomorrow for another fresh edition of Waiting They Happen. We look forward to seeing everybody. And of course, time is 6 p.m. African time, West African time, yeah, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. So look forward to it tomorrow again, a fresh edition. Have you enjoyed today? Have you enjoyed today's broadcast? Do not hesitate to follow us. Follow us, like us, share our content so that even after this live broadcast, others will benefit. That is your own little simple thing to participate in this educational work. Just to share. Do not be selfish. Ah, I like that live stream. Makes sense. Share it with others. Let others also learn a thing or two from our broadcast. And of course, we would grow and move Nigeria to the promised land that way. Thank you so much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow for another fresh edition, 6 p.m. Same station, same time, and of course, same yours truly hosting the program. Thank you so much.